Welcome, Fisher. Let's rock and roll.
Okay, well, thanks everyone for coming, and apologies for speaking in English. But you wouldn't want to hear me try and speak in Swedish. I always find it really odd coming to someone else's country and speaking my own language. It seems really odd to me. But thank you for putting up with it. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about today is really the two main lines of my work, I suppose, and the two main terms with which I've been associated over the past 6 or 7 years. One you've already heard, which is Capitalist Realism, a political notion, or an ideological descriptor, one might say. And on the other hand, Hauntology, a term which, as I'm sure many of you know, originally came from Jacques Derrida, but which really has got repurposed over the course of the last 5 or 6 years, particularly in relation to music. And what I want to do today is bring together these two terms, which I think are two sides of the same phenomenon, actually. That what capitalist realism blocks out is what hauntology mourns for, longs for, and seeks a return of. Okay, I'm going to start with 3 epigraphs, as it were. One of which is a piece of music, and then 2 sections from recent or fairly recent books. Because what I want to do today really is connect up the concept of capitalist realism, and the concepts of capitalist realism and hauntology with the issue of what I'm starting to think of as a kind of digital malaise, or digital or pathologies of the digital. I think that just as we're at a moment when we're seeing a rising tide of global militancy against capitalism, we're also seeing a kind of growing skepticism, disenchantment about the forms that digital culture is taking. I've noticed this sort of anecdotally over the last few months in particular. A number of people really sort of reaching a point of kind of weariness and despair with cyberspace. But as I suggest in the title of this presentation today, it's not, for me, the issue is not just cyberspace. It's cyberspace time. And perhaps what I want to suggest is that there's a dimension of capitalist realism and of hauntology which has to do with these crises of cyberspace time. I think we've been online practically for a decade now, and perhaps only now are we really starting to see what it's doing to us. And part of the issue here is, how do we articulate any kind of critique of digital culture without sounding like conservatives? And I think there's a parallel with the way that neoliberalism took over the notion of modernity, or modernisation, so that it became synonymous. There's a parallel with that, with the way that communicative capitalism or digital culture has also taken over the notion of the future. If we are to resist communicative capitalism, or the form that sort of digital sociality now takes, it seems that we can only do so from a position of retrenchment or reaction. And this for me poses the problem of capitalist realism in a different way, or rather, we can see that set of issues that I associate with capitalist realism from a different angle when we look at it in the light of the digital or of communicative capitalism. Okay, so that's the introduction to the introduction. Right, okay. I'm now just going to do the 3 epigraphs. Okay, so first then a piece of music.
Drop.
Is it too loud? Reluctantly, I'm going to deprive you of the bass there. But okay. Secondly, then a section from Franco Berardi's book, Precarious Rhapsody.
Could you say again what the music?
Oh, the music. I didn't tell you at all what the music was. The music was Burial. It's a track called "You Hurt Me." It's from his first album, 2006, I think. I'll talk about it in a bit in a second. Okay, and this is from Franco Berardi's book, Precarious Rhapsody, which was 2009. There, Berardi argues the acceleration of information exchange has produced and is producing an effect of a pathological type on the individual human mind, and even more on the collective mind. Individuals are not in a position to consciously process the immense and always growing mass of information that enters their computers, their cell phones, their television screens, their electronic diaries, and their heads. However, it seems indispensable to follow, recognize, evaluate, process all this information if you want to be efficient, effective, victorious. The practice of multitasking, the opening of a window of hypertextual attention, the passage from one context to another for the complex evaluation of processes, tends to deform the sequential modality of mental processing. According to Christian Marazzi, who has concerned himself in various books with the relations between economics, language and affectivity, the latest generation of economic operators is affected by a real and proper form of dyslexia, incapable of reading a page from the beginning to the end according to sequential procedures, incapable of maintaining concentrated attention on the same object for a long time. And dyslexia spreads to cognitive and social behaviours, leading to rendering the pursuit of linear strategies nearly impossible. And he continues. Today, psychopathy reveals itself ever more clearly as a social epidemic. and more precisely, a socio-communicational one. If you want to survive, you have to be competitive. And if you want to be competitive, you must be connected. Receive and process continuously an immense and growing mass of data. This provokes a constant attentive stress, a reduction of the time available for affectivity. These two tendencies, inseparably linked, provoke an effect of devastation on the individual psyche. Depression, panic, anxiety, the sense of solitude and existential misery. But these individual symptoms cannot be indefinitely isolated, as psychopathology has done up until now, and as economic power wishes to do. It's not possible to say, you're exhausted, go and take a vacation at Club Med, take a pill, make a cure, get the hell away from it all, recover in the psychiatric hospital, kill yourself. It's no longer possible for the simple reason that it's no longer a matter of a small minority of crazies or a marginal amount of depressives. It concerns a growing mass of existential misery that is tending more to explode in the centre of the social system. Okay, and third epigraph then from this recent book by the cyber theorist, the psychoanalytically trained cyber theorist Sherry Turkle. These days, she writes, being connected depends not on our distance from each other, but from available communications technology. Most of the time we carry that technology with us. In fact, being alone can start to seem like a precondition for being together, because it's easier to communicate if you can focus without interruption on your screen. In this new regime, a train station, like an airport, a cafe or a park, is no longer a communal space, but a place of social collection. People come together but do not speak to each other. Each is tethered to a mobile device and to the people and places which that device serves as a portal. A place used to comprise a physical space and the people within it. What is a place if those who are physically present have their attention on the absent? At a cafe a block from my home, almost everyone is on a computer or smartphone as they drink their coffee. These people are not my friends, yet somehow I miss their presence. Okay, I'm sure that we can all recognise that phenomenon that Turkle describes there. In fact, something that we increasingly take for granted. But I think I want to suggest that those three things that we just heard are profoundly connected. Burial, when I first heard the Burial record in 2006, and I thought it was one of the most important records of the decade, and I retain that belief. I think it's one of the most important cultural statements really to come out of the UK in the first decade of the 21st century, really. Really, that first album, the self-titled album, Burial, and the second one, Untitled, form a kind of single piece in lots of ways. And a kind of affective portrait of what it was like to live in the UK in the early part of the 21st century. And you probably noticed there that in Burial's sound, the relation to dance music, the relation to the UK dance music of the 90s. And one way into this notion of hauntology is to the hearing double that one is required to do when you're confronted with tracks by Burial. What I mean by hearing double is it's a bit like walking into a building, a dilapidated or derelict building, and remembering what that building once looked like. And that's not an idle metaphor in connection with Burial, whose music is sort of full of music concrete type samples which suggest spaces and derelicted or dilapidated spaces. Of course, in Burial's case, what's significant about these spaces is that they were the sites of collective delirium. That what we're hearing double the spectral traces of the other music that we're hearing alongside its kind of dilapidated form, is the music inspired by the UK rave scene, really.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
that word dilapidated, what does it mean?
Oh, fallen into disrepair or ruin. Yeah. Yeah, please, anybody, any point, you can ask me anything. It's the only way we're going to get through this. So yeah, if I say something you just don't understand, or if you just want to ask me anything, any point, that's what I'm used to. I started off teaching like 16 to 19-year-olds in the UK. They won't listen for more than 90 seconds. And that's part of this attentional deficit regime that that was just referred to, really. So I kind of get a bit of a nosebleed and vertigo if I talk for very long with that. People ask me questions, so please go ahead. Anyway, so yes, so the power of the burial record for me was that it was quite clearly about expressing a certain sense of space, and expressing a sense of that space as now being denuded, emptied out. And there's a kind of mourning, a mourning for what had once taken place in these spaces. And that mourning was formally signified by that the echoes of UK dance music of the 90s, particularly jungle drum and bass and garage. What's significant really about the decade we've just lived through in terms of UK music and UK dance music in particular is the massive slowing down in the rate of change or innovation that has occurred. And this is perhaps one of the first sort of antinomies or paradoxes I'd want to point to. It's one that actually Frederick Jameson had noted really quite a long time ago in the 80s and early 90s. And the longer the time goes on, the more prophetic I feel that Frederick Jameson's work is, actually, for noting these trends long before they were clear to the rest of us. Well, that particular paradox is that, okay, we've particularly in the last 10 years, we've lived through massive changes in culture at a formal level, or certainly the level of the distribution and consumption of culture. Really changes that are unimaginable, actually, almost. From the perspective of the late 90s, bear in mind that the iPod only really took off in 2005. That seems like a massive threshold, doesn't it? That seems like such that we can barely believe it's only 5 or 6 years ago that happened. So, with the emergence of MP3s, peer-to-peer, etc., the end of CDs, or the virtual end of CDs, of course, old people still buy them, but it's impossible to imagine, isn't it, really, in 10 years' time, young people buying recorded music, paying for recorded music. That's already kind of totally anachronistic. So lots of young teenagers or people younger than that, who don't even have MP3s now. They're more likely if they listen to music to get it via YouTube or such like. But okay, so we can, when we take a step back, we can all think, okay, that's a massive change in consumption and distribution of music that's happened over the last 10 years. Yet, at a cultural level, at the level of content of culture, rather than the sort of form in which we consume it, there's a massive deceleration. That, you know, the example I mentioned of UK dance music, where you know, forms of music would emerge in the 90s that were sonically unimaginable only a short time before. Something like jungle drum and bass. You couldn't have conceived of anything like, and you know, even a year or two before it actually emerged, you couldn't have conceived of anything like that. So when it actually emerged, it was a sudden eruption and a rush of the future coming in. And there was a whole succession of these developments in the 90s. You struggle to find anything of that sort in the 21st century. Now, we can, because we can, the mainstream, one could say, that mainstream popular music or whatever had been slowing down for some time, perhaps. It's possible to ignore that. You know, well, for instance, in the UK, we had the miserable spectacle of things like Britpop in the 90s. You know, the pathetic kind of attempt to pretend it was the 60s again and all of that, and the return of rock and lads and stuff, and all of that horror. Okay, so that was going on in mainstream culture, but there's an alternative to it, which you could cling on to in the 90s. The problem in the last decade is that those places where you would go for an alternative to mainstream kind of retrospection and kitsch have themselves become subject to entropy. And it's not that nothing is happening in these zones, but it's happening in a much smaller way and in a much less dramatic way. And for me, this is part of why Burial was important, because Burial kind of acknowledged that at the same time as his music kind of wouldn't accept it. You know, Burial himself, I should say, is young. I mean, he's only in his, he's a bit of a mysterious figure, but I think he's in sort of mid-20s, I'd guess. And part of what's interesting about the phenomenon of Burial is a nostalgia for something which he himself didn't experience. And this is an increasing phenomenon. In fact, Sherry Turkle talks about this. There's a quite poignant anecdote in this book, which is called Alone Together, which just came out a few months ago, where she interviews a number of people about their experiences with digital communications media, like an awful lot of people. And one of the young people she speaks to says, yeah, well, wouldn't it have been great when you could just, you know, write letters and stuff? I mean, I don't remember it, but I'm nostalgic for it. I never lived through this, but I'm nostalgic for it. And Burial was similar. Burial didn't experience a rave himself. As he told me when I interviewed him, his contact with the rave came by he had a brother who was significantly older than him. So when his brother would come back into the house, you know, he would come with these tales of going to raves, he'd come with these mixtapes, etc. So Burial had that contact with this lost world of delirious collectivity via the close relative. So in Burial's music, there's that sense of loss of something which he himself didn't have, but nevertheless loss which he can feel. He can feel the loss, and he can articulate the loss. But I think what also comes out in Burial's music is the sense of existential misery that Berardi talked about. It's a music that's saturated with sadness. And of course, part of the reason for that sadness is the disappearance of popular collectivity itself, you could say. The popular collectivity of associated with dance music. And that's one of the characteristics or properties I'd want to stress in relation to hauntology, really, is there's a mourning for modes of collectivity that have disappeared. But there's also, I think, what also comes out in Burial's music, because of its strong and vivid sense of spatiality, is a mourning for the disappearance of the public spaces that Sherry Turkle talks about. That sense that we are alone together, that what this new digital connected world has brought is in lots of ways new forms of solitude. I think that's that sense of solitude is part of why Burial's music became so important, why it connected with so many different people, why it has connected with so many people in the last few years. Okay then, just to take a sort of further step back then, and just to fill people in on what I mean by capitalist realism, and to draw out the comparison with hauntology. Okay, well, capitalist realism is, in some sense, hard to define, but it's easy to spot once you know what it is. Capitalist realism can be described succinctly as the belief, although it's not quite a psychological belief in any ordinary sense, that, to use a phrase attributed both to Slavoj Žižek and to Frederick Jameson, that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. That, in other words, Margaret Thatcher's notorious claim made in the 80s that there is no alternative to capitalism, to neoliberal capitalism, has ceased to be it's changed its meaning. We could say that when Thatcher made that claim in the 80s, she was speaking preferentially. There's no alternative to capitalism because all the alternatives are worse than this. Now it has an ontological sense. There's no alternative because we cannot imagine there being any alternative scenario, any alternative form of social or economic organisation. And capitalist realism isn't just there being pushed by neoliberal ideologues. It's in us as well. And I think nothing illustrates this more clearly than the real widespread failure of the so-called left, if there is any such thing anymore in parliamentary terms, in Europe, to have taken advantage of the most spectacular failure of a political project ever, probably, which was the financial crisis and the bank bailouts of 2008. If ever a system, if ever a political credo has failed, has one ever failed so dramatically as neoliberalism did there. Remember the key idea of neoliberalism, that all of the ideas fell, all of them. That the markets, so-called markets, run things more efficiently than states. And alongside that one, it presupposes a distinction between markets and the state at all. Both of those went down big style, because big time. Throughout. I mean, one form of capitalist realism, which we were endlessly subject to in the UK, working in public services, was this idea that business runs things better. Business, things should be run like businesses. well, now we can see that, if even businesses can't be run like businesses, why should public services, quite honestly? But no, but I mean, so that idea, I mean, that idea that business or markets runs things better, well, no matter what the scale of a kind of state fuck up, it would really have to struggle to compete with the scale of the bank bailouts, wouldn't it? Really, you really struggle to think of anything that could compete with that. But also, as I said, the whole operating opposition here, the idea that so-called markets were ever separate from the state is retrospectively revealed to be nonsense. Because if the state was going to bail out markets, they're already a part of the state anyway. They're always already a part of it, you might say. Okay, this is a total disaster and catastrophe for neoliberalism. So what? The point is that I think we can see that what capitalist realism is by the fact that even a disaster, a catastrophe of that magnitude, utterly changing. What could be said? What could be said in mainstream discourse? A week before those bank bailouts, no one would dare question the idea that markets had sovereign wisdom. Suddenly afterwards, you could get people like Gordon Brown going, well, maybe markets can make mistakes and stuff. But even a concession of that sort was really massive. Yet, so what? In lots of ways, that as the fact that neoliberalism has lost credibility and has been in every sense discredited doesn't stop it rolling on. Why not? Well, because there's no alternative story that is credible. There's no institutions or organizations which could institute that story, even if it were there. So neoliberalism has been allowed to continue in its undead form. And, it can continue in the undead form forever. That's the nature of the undead. It's and this is what I often say, that it is easier to kill the living than to kill the undead, I'm afraid, in lots of ways. So where was any sort of left in Europe that could take advantage of this? Nowhere. No, this is not a problem of I'm not suggesting a sort of moral failing or even a strategic one. It's just that that clearly the conditions weren't there for the left to. As I say, if we can even talk about the left anymore as an agent, if that term makes any sense anymore, clearly the conditions weren't there for the left to mount any sort of assault, even though there was the most massive open goal in political history in lots of ways. Okay, so that's partly what I mean by capitalist realism, because it has this. I mean, how has capitalist realism been? How does capitalist realism emerge in the first place? Not so much by directly persuading people of its truth, but by removing institutions or organisations which could challenge it. In the UK, the most obvious example of that was trade unions. In this period when Mrs. Thatcher was making the claim, there was no alternative. She's fighting a famous war against the NUM, the National Union of Mine Workers, and the defeat of the miners, who had themselves defeated the Tory government, the Conservative government, 10 years previously. The defeat of the miners is of massive symbolic as well as strategic significance. it means that, to come back to what I was saying a few minutes ago, that the neoliberal right now has control of modernity. Part of the struggle in that strike in the UK was about really where is history going, and the neoliberals were successfully able to paint the left as belonging to the past, hidebound. And certainly in the UK, and I think also elsewhere in Europe, the left has never really recovered from that. It's gone into a crisis that it has never come out of. So what that meant is, with the removal of trade unions on the one hand, and also it's a carrot and stick kind of procedure, evidently. So you attack forms of collective representation, but you also induce people into kind of consumer individuation. And how that worked in the UK was, well, look, why those lefty bureaucrats, they want to stop you owning your own council house. Why would you want to support them? We want to let you own your own house. You want to choose to be able to do that, don't you? And who wouldn't, as it were? Nationalised industries, completely inefficient. Look how bad the railways are. British Rail, rubbish. Right, it'd be much better if it's run by private companies. Well, if you've spent any time in the UK on a rail service in the last 20 years, you know what nonsense that is. But and also, not only will we sell this off, you'll be able to buy shares in it. Okay, so this double process of consigning the agents of kind of working class solidarity into the past, and the same time as these inducements into kind of consumer culture. And of course, the emergence of credit. The credit wasn't given to workers by the largesse of capital, evidently. It was given to them because, in order to keep wages low, in real terms. And this is one thing we should bear in mind at the moment. I think we've got is a decadent capitalist ruling class which has forgotten why it needed to give inducements to workers in the first place, actually, which was that if you don't do that, they do get a bit discontented, etc. And that I think that has been forgotten, and the austerity measures that have been brought in across Europe are, to say the least, not likely to damp down discontent. But we can come back to that. But okay, so that's the kind of political economic background to capitalist realism. But I also saw that there was a cultural problem, and it really that was expressed in terms of precisely this inertia, retrospection, sterility, this sense of endless kind of repetition, recirculation of the already familiar. In other words, it's a form of sort of aggravated postmodernism, you could say. And here in particular I'm thinking of the theorization of postmodernism that came from Frederick Jameson. Jameson's idea, which interestingly he never really explains as far as I can see, why this happens. Idea that the tendency would be for culture to move away from the new and move towards a kind of mode of pastiche. What's interesting about that move towards pastiche, though, is that it's largely disavowed. If you put this to people say, "Well, it's always been retro and revival. There's nothing new about it." Well, that's true, but what we've got is an increasingly disavowed form of retrospection in culture now. and again, this is something that Jameson understood very early on. His example of this was a largely forgotten film called Body Heat. It starred William Hurt and Kathleen Turner. And what Jameson noted was something that was very peculiar about that film, but which again I think we largely take for granted now. That although that film was set in the modern day, what was then the modern day, which was the mid-80s, it didn't feel like it was set in the 80s at all. The way it was shot, that dialogue, the music, the film stock, all of that conjured a feeling of the film noirs of the kind of 40s. Yet these formal retrospective tendencies were never explicitly acknowledged in the film. So you've got this double kind of, again, you've got this double kind of quality to what you're seeing. It feels old, but we're told that it's new. And I think we can see this kind of bizarre anachronism, or rather naturalized bizarre anachronism, more and more across culture. In the UK, at the moment, we've got all kinds of miserable examples of this in music. Duffy, Adele, Arctic Monkeys. This is true. My anecdote about the Arctic Monkeys. When I first heard the Arctic Monkeys, and this isn't true, no word of a lie, I thought, I didn't hear them. I saw them. I saw the video for I Bet She Looks Good on the Dance Floor, and I thought, oh wow, didn't think wow. It's more like, oh, here's some post-punk group from 1978-9 that I'd not actually heard before. Why do I think that? Well, because everything about the sound, at least on a superficial listening, I'm not saying, I'm sure experts can come out and say, well, there's a compression on that, you couldn't have had it back in those days. But on a superficial, the most visceral kind of lumpen level of actually hearing the sound, it sounded like something that you could have put on the radio in 1980 and no one would have looked up from their cornflakes. When it's, that line about, a robot from 1984 or whatever, I thought that was about the future, at the time. And it wasn't only that. It wasn't only the sound of it. It was also the formal properties of the way that the video had been shot. His hair, his T-shirt, the lighting, the studio, everything about it very closely recalled the BBC sort of serious rock show, which was the Old Grey Whistle Test. It looked like, that's what I thought it was. I thought, this is some group from the Old Grey Whistle Test from 1980. And, okay, there's always been retrospection. We had Shawadi Wadi and Sha Na Na in the 70s. People drew attention to that. It was marketed, that was its genre, pigeonhole. Retro. This wasn't an issue for the Arctic Monkeys. It just wasn't brought, it was no longer an issue anymore. It was even an issue for Oasis, I think, to some degree, in the 90s. But by the time of, the 21st century, it's ceasing to be an issue anymore. Because why? Because we've got no sense of forward movement of culture now. We've got no sense of what it is to be in 2011 in lots of ways. And why is music particularly important for that? Well, because music used to be precisely that thing which would most reliably provide that kind of dating of a particular period. I mean, this is exploited to the exploited to the level of cliche, isn't it, by filmmakers and television program makers? If they're really bad at it, if it's 1973, it must be sweet. If it must be glam rock. And if you want to bring back a period, but I mean, I really would struggle if someone said, right, give me the sound of 2003, sound of 2004. What's that? I don't know. Sound of 75, 76. I've got a fair clue about that. And that isn't because I'm paying less attention. I was paying more attention in the last decade in the sense that I was a music critic. I was just sort of around in the 70s and so as a well, not even particularly aware, of what's going on. Other examples, another one, which is another true one. Amy Winehouse. When I first heard her version of the Zootons, oh God, even the name makes you feel slightly sick. So, but the Zootons Valerie, I heard that, and I was in a shop, and it's the Mark Ronson '60s kind of pastiche. Of course, if you listen to it closely, you realise that it couldn't have come out in the '60s. But again, on a casual listen, you're walking through a shop. I thought, oh, I didn't realise this was an old song, and that the Zootons was a cover of this old song from the '60s. Again, no real issue about it. Like, it's totally retrospective in almost all its dimensions, that song, and that version of the song. No issue is made of it. It's no longer a special category of retro or nostalgia. It's just ordinary pop music, as it were. And so I think this brings out this dimension of that sort of cultural expression of kind of capitalist realism, I think, which, as I say, is that aggravated postmodernism. Now, you can see a kind of succession here, I think. Jameson himself starts off as a pretty old school Adornoite modernist, that he thinks, okay, like Adorno. There's a lot of mass culture might be rubbish, but it doesn't matter because we still can turn to the denaturalizing power of modern art, which is separate from the marketplace, which is new, which can only have been made in this time, and which is in some sense rebarbative. It's not really amenable to immediate pleasure. You have to learn to enjoy it. Okay, all of those familiar features of the kind of modernist art object. But Jameson's one of the first to realise that this collapses. That for one thing, that the energy of culture goes out of modernism. That secondly, that the distinction between high and low culture, which something like Adorno's work depends, collapses. That far from being some kind of pristine zone immune to commodification, that modernism actually acts as the kind of avant-garde for capitalism, so that what starts off as a modernist art object becomes advertising, etc. And then so when Jameson's first writing about postmodernism, he's noting this kind of ironic quotation of former object of modernism in the space of what used to be called popular culture. But we can't really call it popular culture anymore because in lots of ways there's no alternative to popular culture. Everything has collapsed into that, and what's left is this. What's left outside are various forms of kind of kitsch, that sort of do survive, but they no longer have a convincing claim on to articulate the essential energies of the society in which they belong. And so so there's initially that stage. I think when Jameson's writing, we can see a kind of staging of a confrontation between postmodern practice and theory and the sort of remaining elements of modernism. But I think effectively we've reached the third phase now, where modernism is so forgotten. The claims of modernism, the idea of a separate culture that is superior, is not only forgotten, but it also is attacked and undermined as elitist in various ways. That all disappears, and as I say, features which for Jameson were remarkable are for us simply taken for granted now. And what Jameson was onto very early, and this is a lot of it in his book, big book, Postmodernism, All the Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism. And in a way, I guess a lot of my work on capitalist realism takes its cue from that subtitle. Really the idea of, Jameson really, in many ways, reasserting a Marxist grand narrative over postmodernism and saying, actually, we can still understand this in terms of lots of the categories that we derive from Marxist theory. And that, the capitalism is capitalism is the key agent here. But just as postmodernism disappears and becomes taken for granted, so does capitalism, as it were. When after 1989, when capitalism loses its visible antagonists in the sort of Soviet Empire, then capitalism doesn't have to defend itself as such. It just becomes the horizon of the imaginable. It doesn't have to be that doesn't have to be named anymore. It's all the more powerful because it's not named. It's just reality itself, the only imaginable reality. And so all of this is behind then, I think, this sense of cultural inertia, the sense of unacknowledged or disavowed kind of exhaustion that increasingly pervades culture, I think. Now, as I say, Jameson never really says, okay, he makes the claim that there is this tendency towards pastiche, retrospection. But he never really explains why that is the case, actually. And I think my conjecture would have been a number of conjectures. One of them would be, and there are hints of this in Jameson anyway, that I'm just drawing out really, that in times of massive insecurity, such as we've lived through, in times of massive political, economic insecurity, and job insecurity, which we've all got used to. We've all had to live with this. As Baradi argues in this book, it used to be entrepreneurs, used to be a special class of people. They used to take risks. Everybody else didn't have to worry about risks very much. There wasn't their job to do it. Now because we're all, as part of what I call capitalist realism, is we're all entrepreneurs now. We all have to be entrepreneurs for ourselves. We all have to sell ourselves all the time. We all expect to only be in short-term contracts. If you're in a short-term contract, as I am in all of my jobs, then you're effectively applying for your own job all of the time, aren't you? I mean, this means that you're in this permanent state of anxiety, and that you can't. It's very hard to make demands about your conditions in that situation. And okay, so this in effect is what happens over the course of the 1980s, is really a shift from a kind of stability of antagonism, you could say, that defined the social democratic period, also known as the Fordist period, where we had representatives of workers, trade unions, representatives of business, and the role of government was essentially to mediate between these two separate interest blocks. If you're a worker, you would expect to be male, largely. You would expect to, if you wanted to work in the same factory for the 40 years of your working life. You'd expect small incremental improvements in your standards of living and pay over the course of that life. Small, but that nevertheless you could predict what your life would be like, effectively. That all goes during the course of the 80s. When we look around now, who has a job like that? Clearly some. But the important thing is, that it's not just a bad development. And one of the things that's important to resist, I think, is a nostalgia for Fordism, a nostalgia for, good old social democracy when women didn't work and that kind of thing, and men had boring jobs for 40 years. Great, okay. There are certain benefits of that world in terms of certain kind of psychic stability, which we now absolutely lack. But it doesn't mean that. We should hanker for that world. In the UK recently, we had one of the members of the government, David Willett, said, "Yeah, it's all women's fault." They actually made the if women hadn't gone into the workforce, everything would be great. Which, and it's in a certain sense is true. But why wouldn't want to go back to that situation where that was great? For whom? Okay, now so when that's okay.
This point about nostalgia it's common right now, and I think
Yeah.
perhaps everyone agrees that there is no like offensive progressive project for the left in terms
Okay.
of nostalgia. And I think it's interesting that in terms of your discussion that the right-wing populists in Sweden, when they play nostalgic music, it's
Yeah.
not right-wing music, it's leftist music from the 70s.
Right.
That was nostalgic for a period before the 70s, when we were supposed to be
Okay.
happy. But on the other hand, this acceleration in neoliberal modern culture
Yeah.
doesn't seem to offer, like this point that Per Anderson made, that it offers endless variation, so therefore there's not a progressive project either.
No, totally right. Yeah.
So what's the temporality that we should shoot for here? It's like
No, I think that's a really good way of getting to the problem, exactly. And also there's an advantage there, I think, that the left, whatever that would be, has, which it isn't taking, which it isn't aware of, as it were, because I mean, this is partly why I think it's important to bang on about this stuff. That it's crucial to say neoliberalism has not delivered on what it promised. Okay, the neoliberalism does not deliver us a future any more convincingly than the left does, and that's a weakness. That's a weakness. There's a rhetoric. There's a rhetoric and there's a kind of simulation of endless novelty and innovation. But as you say, really what that amounts to is just permutations of the already familiar. In terms of what we should shoot for, this is the space, isn't it? I mean, there's no easy answer to that. What is clear is that I think what is clear is that certainly after 2008 with the bank bailouts, the neoliberal right no longer has the grip on modernisation or the notion of the modern that it had before then. It looks defunct, but then everything else is defunct as well. It's a strange situation where every single political ideology is dilapidated and sort of derelicted. But I think that you can learn from neoliberalism in that neoliberalism didn't just start in the 70s, as I'm sure you know. I mean, it started in the 40s, 50s, Hayek or whatever. Waited a long time until the moment was right and it could take control. And the other key lesson we can learn from neoliberalism is the way that the impossible became the inevitable. That's what's interesting about capitalist realism. So capitalist realism, this is the only realistic model is this neoliberal model. It certainly was not realistic in the 50s or indeed the 70s. It was ludicrous. If you'd have said to people in the streets in the UK in the 70s, well, in 10 years the miners will be defeated. There'll be coal, steel, telecoms, all of that will be denationalised. It just sounded like a ludicrous scenario which no one would have believed. Yet it happened, and that how has it happened? How was that able to happen? Well, it's partly because of structural shifts in capitalism, which we talked about in terms of the move to post-Fordism. But it's also partly that the neoliberals had a story prepared, which they could helicopter in when things went wrong, as it were. And you can learn from that anticipation that it's sort of theoretical production is an imaginative production is what is needed at the moment, I think, in a way. Like we don't ourselves know what we want things to look like, if we're honest. I mean, I think we can be fairly clear that what we don't like, as it were, and certainly in the UK at the moment, what we don't like is getting worse and worse and more intense at the moment. But so that's just what, as I said at the start, it's not capitalist realism is something that other people have and we don't have. I don't think we have as well, and that it disables our ability to think about what an alternative would look like. But this isn't just, and I don't think this is a contingent kind of it's just a contingent thing to do with culture and ideology in the last 30 years, although that is a massive part of it. And I think here maybe is a connection with speculative realism and some of the ideas coming out of those thinkers, is, particularly Ray Brassier, I think, is the cognitive dimension of things like property. Some of my younger comrades, Alex Williams and Nick Strikek, I've worked with, and I've come up with this notion of folk politics, which they derive from neurophilosophers, the Churchlands, who have this idea of folk psychology. Basically, folk psychology is it's a much disputed concept, and many people dismiss the idea that it even exists. But no, let's not worry about that for the moment. That folk psychology is really the sort of beliefs that the as it were, apparently spontaneous beliefs that people have got. That they've got a self, that they have things like feelings, emotions, will, etc. And the Churchlands argue, well, this is akin to ideas about witches or demons that people used to have in former times. In that there's no neurological basis for these things actually, and that something like a feeling or emotion is just a vague way of speaking about neurochemical events. That and I'm not asking you to buy that theory necessarily, but I think what we can see is a problem about this issue around the folk in terms of capitalism. Why? Why? What do I mean by that? Well, that you can't see capital. Evidently, you can't see it. That this is part of the reason that the anger around the bank bailouts found it difficult to have an object, as it were, because you can't. We can see particular individuals. We can understand, or think we can understand, the failings of particular individuals. We can attribute things to biographical individuals. We can't see capital at all. And in particular in the UK, with its tradition of plain jumble, common sense empiricism. If you can't bloody see it or touch it, it doesn't exist. All of particularly with that, then capital has a massive advantage in terms of folk categories, I would argue, because because it doesn't appear at this level of it doesn't appear on this ordinary level of phenomenal experience. Yet nevertheless we can see that nothing is clearer than the fact that this hyper abstract entity, which has no sensual properties whatsoever, was has caused a catastrophe in the world. That this is we're living this disjunct, aren't we? Where we sort of think, well, in terms of our everyday life, we have a set of categories that make sense or seem to make sense, and that we can operate with. In terms of the broad frame of what gives sort of social life consistency now and what can affect it, we can only account for this in terms of something which does not appear at that level at all. Which is capital. Those categories, like the individual, like individual volition, like responsibility, play into the agenda of the neoliberal right very easily, don't they? Because but there's a further kind of the cognitive issue there, like that. What that means is it's not only the conceptual problem; it's also about tactics and strategy. Like, where do you aim at then? Where do you aim at if you're wanting to attack capitalism? Particularly this post-Fordist finance capitalism. Where is it? What are the? previous forms of capitalism, you could have disputes. With when a miner's brought down Tory government in the 70s in the UK, they were able to do that because you could attack, certain certain resources. You remove those resources, remove labour. There's a problem. It's much harder now. Yeah.
Wouldn't you say that actually the main problem is how subjectivities shape today and the way the kind of brutal individualism that you have mentioned that is everywhere, that it makes it so difficult because we do have a degree of freedom, maybe a freedom to have our blogs or our sites or have our own modes of expression that kind of shape our own identity and in that produce a certain kind of attention and that that's what you kind of shape and that you are not willing. One is very difficult maybe to give up that and that's I think maybe one of the difficulties that makes people to come together, even though I guess now people are coming together in some ways, but I think artists or musicians are kind of paradigmatic subject in the sense that they are at the top of this kind of individual production of oneself and individual qualities that you can experience only through these people. So I think the notion of subjectivity is where the main problem lies, at least that's what I think.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's intertwined, aren't they? The two issues are completely intertwined, aren't they, as it were? But, I mean, this is I think the objective irony of capital, I think, is part of what you're talking about. I don't want to re-describe what you're saying, but how I'd maybe think about that is in terms of what I mean by the objective irony of capital. Well, as it were, communism has to propagandize for itself. Capital sells das Kapital. That's the way it can respond to anything, as it were. And in terms of, it doesn't even. And now we ourselves, since we ourselves are so invested in selling ourselves, and like you say, we in the cultural industries, the so-called creative industries, are the vanguard of this this kind of entrepreneurial subjectivity. You won't survive. I don't exist in that Fordist world, of the crumbling Fordist world of the British Academy. I haven't got any. All my contracts are short-term contracts. Which means I have to engage in this frenzied kind of entrepreneurialism, selling myself, etc., at all times. And yes, I think that absolutely is part of it. But I don't think it's opposed to what I was saying. I think it's part of this overall kind of overall matrix, as it were. This is the thing. Like the folk, I think, is that not something that only dupes believe in and only idiots believe in, and that sophisticated people can believe in someone else. The work of Thomas Metzinger, I think, it's really important in this respect. Metzinger wrote a book called Being No One a few years ago. He's a kind of neurophilosopher, and Metzinger's argument is basically that people attack him going, Metzinger's, everyone's said this before, there's nothing new about it. But I think that there is something new about what he's saying, actually. He's saying, look, there's no such thing as a self. This just follows on from people like the Churchlands who'd argue, look, if you look in the world, for a material thing which corresponds to our idea of the self, you won't find anything, okay? What we do have, what we call a self, Metzinger says, is really a process which misrecognizes itself as a thing. So this kind of Marxistical reification, as it were, is almost a neurological, happens at the level of neurology for Metzinger. So that as it were, our neurological processes reify themselves. They almost perform this act of ideology themselves. Louis Althusser famously said that that what does ideology do? It produces subjects. that it produces subjects by interpolation. That as it were, that's what I mean. There's this meshing, as it were, between a kind of folk ideologies which emerge and a political ideology or political economic ideology of capitalism specifically. So Metzinger's argument is not then, okay, well that's it then. I, Thomas Metzinger. Oh, Thomas, you can't. People go, why do you even call yourself I then, Thomas, if you know that you don't exist? Because part of what he's saying is you can't just opt out of this. But even if you know there's no such thing as a self, you'll still have to keep operating as if there is one, as it were. And you can just do one more thing, and then please come back. What I wanted to say about then is about the things like property. I think operate in a similar way. That issues to do with property. This is a cognitive category. A cognitive category that when John Lennon says "imagine no possessions," it is very hard to do in lots of ways. It is very, very hard to step out of framing the world in terms of property, etc. It's like Kant's notion of transcendental categories, the categories which precede experience and which form experience and frame experience. And property is a quasi-transcendental category like that for us. So it's not only that we can't identify an enemy, capital, which we can easily overcome, or which we can personalize or anthropomorphize in such a way as that we can overcome it. It's not only that we've got that problem, it's that also that the structures that we're fighting against are internalized in us. And I think at a deeper level of what you were saying is that that it's ourselves that are required to be dismantled in a fundamental way. This is why Marx was saying this is the difference. Marx was saying that the proletariat fundamentally wants to abolish itself, and that's what's different from other kinds of identity-based politics, which would want to assert certain kind of identities. That this is about liquidation or elimination. So that there's this move in philosophy, this movement in philosophy called eliminative materialism, and people like Metzinger and the Churchlands, said to belong to that. What do they mean by eliminative materialism? They mean that what the Churchlands hope for is that in the end we'd get rid of the language of, we get rid of this whole set of categories like emotions, feelings, selves even, and replace it with, for them, an accurate scientific account of what's going on a neurological level. Now, again, I'm not saying you should buy this, but what I'm saying is that there's at least an analogy with what is required, I think, for a successful communist project or a post-capitalist project. I prefer the term post-capitalist to communist for lots of levels. That will require an eliminative project. We'll have to eliminate categories which are so fundamental to us. This is not easy, despite what John Lennon says. And again, I think that there is also this question of strategy where we're aiming at now because of the distributed nature of capital. As capital becomes more and more ethereal, as it were, less and less based on particular kind of spatial, temporal locations. Sorry, do you want to come back in?
Of course, I agree, and I think that this concept of individuation or distributed capitalism is an effect of neoliberalism. It's a problem that when we say that neoliberalism doesn't deliver, they just say, well, that's your own fault because you're also one of the capitalists now. So it's and that's a problem with collective product. That like if you're not successful when it's your own, the bank crisis was as much yours and mine.
No, absolutely. But I think that's absolutely correct. And I think what's happening there is folk economics as well as folk politics, actually. What happens is people feel on an individual level guilty because they have spent too much on their credit cards in their mind. In the UK, they get this idiotic mantra from Cameron, of this, if you keep spending money, you have to, at some point you have to pay it back. This makes sense for people because they have spent a lot of money on their credit cards. Why have they spent a lot of money on their credit cards? Because they're morally decadent, and no, because they, as I said before, they need to spend the money in order to make up their wages, which are lacking, and secondly, because if they didn't spend the money, the economy would have collapsed. Because consumer capitalism requires people to be indebted. So the whole category of personal guilt and responsibility is completely irrelevant here, but it is played upon. And that is precisely the case. I did want to mention one other thing, which is when you mentioned that thing about nostalgia for old, right-wing nostalgia for left-wing music. This was happened to Cameron. Cameron said that he really liked the Jam. This was a famous thing. The Eton Rifles. A song about public school boys. In the UK, he really likes it. It's a whole other dimension of capitalist realism. That what's on Cameron's iPod. And it shows the level of contempt they can have for things, as it were. Now, it's just aesthetics. Culture is just aesthetics. It doesn't have, we can just consume all this stuff, whatever it meant in its original form. And this is why I start with that image of the start of capitalist realism of the British Museum. So irony of capital, that capital reduces, removes the ability to believe in things. That's what it does. Something like the British Museum is what Earth looks like from the extraterrestrial's perspective of capital, as this science fictional entity. Look, it's like it's laid out on a spaceship, isn't it? This is the stuff that people believed, but you can't but we don't believe. That's the implicit thing, isn't it? Of course, because because this is capital doesn't believe in anything. That it can solicit beliefs, particular beliefs, to its own end. But capital itself, has that is the genius of capital. That it has no specific commitments to anything. Religions, they've got, they can wriggle and move around and change things, but only within a certain bandwidth. Capital is not committed to any kind of belief whatsoever. There's no beliefs, and that's why you can have any world you can imagine there can be a capitalist version of it, right? It's not tied down to a particular set of beliefs in that way, and that's why I compare it to that theologian Alvin Plantinga has this idea of trans-world depravity. Basically, what Plantinga's trying to do was account. There's this problem in philosophy of religion, which you'll be familiar with. The problem of evil. It says, if God's so good and so powerful, why does he allow there to be evil and suffering in the world? Well, Plantinga says, well, it's down to free will of human beings, and that whatever world human beings were in, the evil would emerge just because human beings are in it. So that's what he means by trans-world depravity, and capitalism is similar to that. Whatever world there is, capital can emerge out of it. And I think this actually relates to I think the real strengths of Deleuze and Guattari's theories of capitalism, which I still think is one of the most sophisticated theories, really. But what is it that defines capitalism is nothing positive, but that it is really to do with the decoding of all other previous social regimes, a kind of radical desacralization. That as it were, that religious, sacred, or societies based on the sacred, are committed to particular sets of axioms which they really can't remove. Capitalism can, in theory, take away anything. Of course, it can't completely remove everything and carry on. It removes things and then it puts other things in its place, as it were. And that's partly accounts for the strange temporality in which we now live, which was where I was before the break, I think, which was this why you can have, as it were, the leading edge of kind of techno and technological development, radical shifts in radical shifts at every level in science and technology, unprecedented changes in something like genetic engineering, which we can take for granted now, but this is the capacity of an animal to enter into the abstract code of its own production. This is that's big stuff. that you can have that alongside the most reactionary most reactionary atavistic throwbacks, and that this is what Deleuze and Guattari argue will be the key defining feature of capitalist culture, that it combines futurism with archaism, and this is what we're living now. So what we're living, and I think the UK sums this up more than anything else. That's where you've got these, as it were, sedimented temporalities and cultures. Ridiculous kind of bourgeois aristocratic royal family and the miserable spectacle of the royal wedding a few weeks, alongside being a leading edge of finance capital, etc., etc. That these kind of cyber-Gothic compounds are kind of just what you'd expect capitalism to be like, according to Deleuze and Guattari, really.
But would you say that these two trajectories of the folk psychology of selfhood, sort of drawing on Metzinger and where that could go, and the trajectory of capitalist development up until becoming ubiquitous, are intertwined or the same trope?
No, I don't think they're I think that.
And then further on, with because there is a movement to both of those tropes or trajectories, as it seemed. That, I mean, you said that Althusser speaks of our interpolation.
Yes.
Or the state interpolates its subjects.
Yes.
Because those things are present at a level that we cannot even question. So because it operates on a level that we take for granted, and that's why we keep on calling ourselves I.
Yes.
As Metzinger's approach with. But then, because in Marxist theory and development of theory around capital, I guess it's very strongly, it draws a lot on a teleological idea that, a dictatorship of the proletariat, and then when we have overthrown capitalism, we will no longer be a proletariat because we will be communists.
Right.
But since we could clearly say that capitalism is based on a false axiom and has nothing to do with truth, or truth even without quote unquote.
Yes.
Because it's based on the fact that there's endless resources, and that's obviously not true. And the self is I mean, how long can the self persist in respect of the fact that capitalist ideology is based on a fallacy? Because, I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is not a very pleasant topic, but I mean, because there is also ideas of conatus, or this desire in Deleuze and Guattari that keeps us moving on for some reason. Yeah. And even though we become this nostalgic, the way I perceive it, there's not a mass suicide yet. And I mean, why is there no mass suicides?
There's different ways of killing yourself, though, on that. Like the
if we are alone together, and we could
we don't know we're alone, though, do we?
We couldn't mobilize a mass suicide because we're not a community that could say let's do it that, because that would take organization.
We could do it via Facebook. But no, okay, that's no, I don't think it's the same thing. I don't think that it's
because one could easily imagine a scenario where we would start to collectively organize like a communal suicide because we're tired of this, and there would be almost a utopian scenario where we would start to,
well, if the thing is if we could
set up, and then we would have a community.
Isn't it the case that if we could organise for that, then we wouldn't need to commit suicide because we would have the ability to organise things completely differently? So, no, but I think what I'm suggesting is that there's a human tendency, just at the level of the animal, towards folk psychology of various kinds.
Which entails also self-preservation.
Yes, but then, which I don't think that's the same as the ideological interpolation that Althusser talks about. But clearly that interpolation can take advantage of these already existing tendencies in human beings. And I think this is also what you can see Anti-Oedipus, Deleuze and Guattari being about as well, where they're saying that why is there a relation between, on the one hand, this massive system of planetary destratification, which is capitalism, where all that's solid melts into air, everything that was previously believed is up for grabs and can be forgotten, dispensed with. How on the one hand have we got that, and on the other hand, this continuing firm belief in the individual? Why do the two things come together? And it's because it seems that because of that residual kind of folk bias, I think, as it were, isn't it? That when you strip everything else away, it can seem as if you're still an individual. That's what's we're still. I mean, isn't this what Descartes says? Isn't this the basis in lots of ways of modern philosophy, as it were? You can strip everything else away, but you're still left with reflexive subjectivity, and that's irreducible. Actually, you can take God away, And
I thought of saying it when you spoke about Metzinger, but
right.
It was too zealous, so I refrained. But now you give me a second opportunity.
Go on.
It's like Metzinger is like the inverse Descartes, saying "I think, therefore I'm not."
Right. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. But okay. Hang on.
But I would like to disagree about this. It's the individual and it's the capitalism. Because we also have other structures as the nation state,
Mm-hmm.
and we have the global cooperatives.
Yeah.
And that is also structuring the life, even though we don't like it, and even maybe we would love to have another vision of how to structure it. But even if it's folk psychology or whatever, we need these structures, or we live within them. And it's not only the two, the individual and the capitalism. And
No.
I
But I mean, can we separate the nation state from capitalism, though? I mean, like it's.
yeah, well, maybe it's just carrying it out, but still, the nation state is also organizing us as individuals. So it's not as I am a part of the national state either.
No, I mean I agree that, and I don't want to say there's only those two actors involved, but I think, increasingly the nation state is subordinate to capitalism, isn't it? I mean, and that's.
Yeah.
It can't be effectively. It can't be.
But it's also kind of power relation that is not just fluid. It is active in some way.
I think nothing is fluid, but nothing is fluid at the local level, as it were. But at the because capitalism has to work with what's already there. But it's about tendency, though, isn't it? A tendency is towards, whilst it, just take the path of least resistance, won't it? If it can work with stuff that's already there, why get rid of it? But everything can come back under capitalism, but it comes back in its ironic form, doesn't it? That okay, we can have religion back, but no one really believes it anymore. In a sense that the emergence of capitalism as such is the displacement of religion, right? Because before capitalism we had what was the medieval world was theocracy, and so that meant that everything had to be compatible with the church. I mean, that level of authoritarian ideological control has to be got rid of for capitalism to emerge, and so. It's not that you can't. Well, of course, one can believe in religions, but the status of that belief is not the same as it was before capitalism, which has ironized it. Because capitalism said you can only exist. You can only exist now because you're compatible with me, insofar as it's a subject which is not. But sorry. Did you want to come in? Because
just that then. So it seems there's nothing to rely on, and that's mainly why yourself is, as an individual, is an escape. And then Metzinger brings this even further, and dissolves that. So I wonder on which side he really is in dissolving categories.
When politically, you think which side is he on?
Yeah.
I don't know where he's. I don't think he's a right winger particularly, but that. These are. But I think this category needs dissolving for us, as it were. That's I think the power of it, particularly the weight that science carries in our culture. So when people are saying, everyone said that before there's no such thing as a self. Barthes said it. Buddhists have said it. But it actually carries different weight in our culture with scientists say, I think. Because science has this ideological power, I think, that makes things different. But I think we needed a range of kind of ideological weapons against this idea of irreducibility of the individual. And I think Metzinger's theory is one of those. Another thing, and since you mentioned that your point about responsibility and it's all down to us, and that's I think it's absolutely how things are operating at the moment is that interpolation. It's why are things gone wrong? It's you, and in a certain sense, that's not false either, because part of the reason we know that there's not a lot of point. We can hang all the bankers that we want. It's not necessarily going to change that much. Because we know it's not the bankers, it's not particular ethical failings of bankers that made the system go wrong. It's not because they were greedy and we can imagine nice bankers put in their place who just behave in a different way. And we know systemic tendencies of banking, of the nature of a bank and its relation to that produced this crisis, not particular individuals. So I think we shift responsibility off them as much as off ourselves actually in this situation, which isn't to deny that business interests have an agenda which they do pursue in a quasi-conspiratorial manner. That's certainly true, but it's that let's come back to this problem of protest and effective strategy. This is the problem for me about these anti-capitalist protests, is that who are you petitioning here? So we go out in the streets. We've got a carnival atmosphere. It's going really well. Lots of people are joining in. It's like the Pied Piper of Hamelin. More and more folk are coming in the street. And going, yes, capitalism really, really bad. Okay, then we go up to the G20 and the G20 go, okay, the game's up. Right, that's it. We agree. You've made enough noise, and actually, we want to join your party. The capitalism is miserable. And, sorry. Then what? Do you know what I mean? Even then what? It's not that then the problems start, right? You see, people can't voluntarily get rid of capitalism, because if it's about organisational structures, isn't it? And so it's about transcendental structures and getting rid of those. So the other side of ideology for Althusser is ritual. Basically for Althusser, I think. Important notion for Althusser is that ideology is not beliefs in the head. And so far as it's beliefs in the head, they are effects of behaviours rather than the other way around. And really it's just about what is ideology? It's about certain forms of compliance with behaviour. And as I describe in Capitalist Realism, we have this in managers that I'd encountered. Work. They'll go, well, we've got this latest batch of nonsense business, sort of self-surveillance that you've got to do, everybody. Now, of course, you don't have to believe in this stuff. But we don't have to believe in it. You just got to do it, though. You've got a 50-page logbook to fill in. About as part of your continuing personal development, that ominous phrase. So you have to fill that in, and okay, why do we go along? Well, because we have to. But it doesn't really matter because none of us believe in this stuff. Well, the thing is, the strength of one of the strengths of Zizek's analysis is to really draw attention to the way in which it does really matter. It does matter. That it matters more what we do, how we behave, and ritualistic compliance than what we believe in our heads. Because why have we got a sense that that really we can't fight business interests anymore? That no matter how much we might deplore them, nevertheless their encroachment into all areas of culture, public services, and the psyche is inevitable. Why? Because we've mouthed this language. We've mouthed it. We've complied with it. You know, we've used this. We use this language. We behave as if it is, you know, it is true. And actually, the Altazar's points are borne out, I think, by studies of depression and etc. Which are and actually, Altazar takes this from Pascal and Pascal's dictum of kneel and you will believe. In other words, first of all you perform the rituals, afterwards you'll believe in it. And this is, you know, when you're dealing with severely depressed people, they're not amenable to anything. You certainly can't talk to them. What you can do to get them out of that state is make them act as if what they're doing mattered. They don't think it matters. Oh, there's no point. There's absolutely, you know, what's the point? You know, I'm just worthless. And even if it wasn't worthless, there's absolutely no point doing anything anyway. Whatever. But if you make them go through the motions of doing things, that's possibly the only way you can get them out of that state, really. And you know, I think it's sort of that you know, we are that depressed person now, actually, in lots of ways. But the whole point of this preamble was that what we need is not just ideology critique, but new ideological rituals, as it were. I mean, since what is our language to counter their language? You know, what kind of behaviours can we impose that counter the ones that are in place already? And you know, I think we should stop being kind of you know. Jodie Dean's work, I think, is very strong on this notion of leftist kind of belief in openness. You know, that as Jodie puts it, you know, there's this idea that if we just leave things open, then people automatically come around to the sort of left-wing way of thinking. You know, she says the right wing don't believe this, particularly in the US. The right wing take advantage of democratic openness in order to propagate their agenda and to propagate in a dogmatic way. We shouldn't be frightened of dogmatism. We just need the right dogmatism. You know, there's the kind of, you know, because it just totally disadvantages us. Totally disadvantages us. You know, they ruthlessly pursue the same mantras which they you know, keep imposing wherever they can. We're going, oh, it's okay, we can be open about it, and people naturally come to believe whatever the right thing. Well, they won't. We've seen that they don't. And even if they do at some level believe, and that's all evidence, well, not all of them, I think, most of the evidence we've got does suggest that people do hold views that are broadly left of centre. Actually, they do hold those views. Even if they hold those views, they don't believe anyone else holds them. Because why? Because the ideological atmosphere is such that seemed to be the case. And a book I'd strongly recommend, a recent book on this, is Dan Hind's book, Return of the Public, which came out on Verso recently, where he describes the mechanisms of this kind of production of belief, actually, particularly through media. It was Dan Hind, Hind, and it's called The Return of the Public. What he's talking about is precisely this mechanism where you know, most people hold these left of centre views, but they think they have no traction because nobody else has that view either. And how does this work? Well, not just by direct manipulation of public opinion, but it's by manipulation of the representation of public opinion. Another book important on that is from a few years ago, Nick Davis's book Flat Earth News, a shocking book really about the extent to which media is controlled by PR now. In the UK, 60% of content of so-called serious newspapers, there's a ludicrous description of these papers now, 60% can be traced directly back to PR press releases. You know, this is the environment in which people live. It's one dominated by PR and business, this media environment. Great example from Hind's book. Said in spite of all this, most people are still sceptical about business, even in the US. You know, and the findings showed that, you know, when a study came out that showed the majority of Americans distrusted business. How was this reported? Business has a PR problem. So it wasn't that there's actually a fucking problem with business, and that it was that business, poor old business, with its lack of resources and not much access to the media and all of that kind of thing, had not got its message across strong enough. But so I think that we can learn the lessons of neoliberalism. How did it work? Well, it didn't believe in openness of people. It believed in dogmatism, dogmatic kind of repetition, and it succeeded in pushing that. It's the most successful Leninist project in the history of the world. Where it's, cadres of think tanks, small cadre, elitist think tanks, were capable of disseminating this ideology across the world. Now, of course, you can say, well, there's asymmetry there. They've got, interests of the wealthy and on their side. Well, okay, but we've got a majority of, Earth on our side. So, swings and roundabouts. But I mean, the struggle over media, in other words, is crucial, and the struggle over, to formulate a new orthodoxy, a counter-orthodoxy to neoliberal orthodoxy. The belief that somehow justice appear of itself, that'll never happen. How do we kill this zombie of neoliberalism? Only by a counter-orthodoxy, I think, that can be propagated through media, partly. Yeah.
There's the thing about the zombie that you mentioned in this ritual repetition. I mean, which of course potentially has the effect that you can't have in just trying to convince through an argument what you're saying, right?
Yes.
That you would have, but that also creates this sort of zombie behavior to according to a better orthodoxy for sure, but nevertheless.
But I believe Althusser, you can't step outside ideology insofar as you. I mean, this is also, I think, the point of Metzinger in some ways. Is you can't step out of, as it were, delusional beliefs in a certain way. The question is that, in a way, one can only step outside them and not in life. Insofar as you're a living being, then you're inside ideology. And the question is, which one are you in? And as Althusser says, it's science has no ideology. But science is science has no subject, but that gives you analytic purchase, as it were, on things, science. But it doesn't tell you how to live, as it were. As soon as you're living, that's living subject again, or living being. Let's not say subjects, it's begging the question of whether we can, have an ideology where there aren't subjects at all. And I think we shouldn't beg that question. But I think he's right in that. And the question is then, okay, which ideology is it to be?
Sure, but I think that the repetition sort of empties out the potential meaning that you were actually looking for.
We don't want meaning, though. I don't really want meaning. We just want. I mean, seriously, I just think we want. We just want things to work better, and in a way that sort of politics would in a way recede into the background in a good way, in a way it does for neoliberals. So then we could get on with doing the other stuff in life that we want to do, where and but I think it has to be autonomic on that level in order to work. It's overinvestment in that kind of meaningfulness, I think, on our side. Yeah, Martin.
Yeah, it's very interesting because I guess my question is very simply: do you think, because Brazil project is nihilism as a way of understanding a world that it doesn't have any meaning in itself.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible to draw from this conclusion a political perspective in which might be, bringing back this kind of very negative, or what is now supposed to be negative, perspectives on the world, or what are our role here? Like, do you think we can, basically produce some politics out of this?
I'm working on it. I don't know if there's a direct relation. I think there's some of the things that Ray's interested in. I think, such as Metzinger, as I said, I think there is a relation. I think to politics.
In some ways, is doing the work that Marx did with the commodity form. It's just
right. Okay.
Looking through what it appears to be.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Dismantling.
Right. Yeah.
And this is what we need, it's like not something that is based on a set of beliefs, or that we live our life according to certain beliefs, that they are folk, as we're talking about it, that they're
Yeah, I think that dimension that's the way I'm going with Ray's themes, is this, it's not me, it's just me, it's also, as I say, there's a couple of other younger theorists, Alex Williams and Nick Strikak, are writing a little book called Folk Politics at the moment, where they're trying to use these ideas which they've got from Ray ultimately. But it's not only Ray, it's also Jameson. And Jameson's essay Cognitive Mapping, which is very good. It's online. It is about this issue of it's partly an aesthetic problem for Jameson, which is how do we produce an image of capitalism that, because since it is this abstract global process, there's a paucity of imagery there which we can call upon in order to produce any kind of sense of what it is. Alberto Toscano has done work on The Wire, as being an attempt at cognitive mapping. The TV series The Wire, and it's actually, if you want to get close to what, any sense of what capitalism is, you need something of that scale. You need 5 series. This is the equivalent of what the mapping of Victorian capitalism in novels, wasn't it? You could do it in novels in those days. Now you need something of that scale, to show the commodity trails, to show the connections between, container ports on the one hand, the disintegration of labour, drug economies, all of this. You need some of that scale, of that length, in order to get close to this, because it can't be apprehended in any quick way. So I think this problem of I think what Ray's work brings out is this old Kantian problem, I think, of the disjunct between what we know to be true, and what is livable, as it were. And like Ray says, why should we be on the side of life always? Why should we? We might, in life we might have to be on that side, but why should thought be on the side of life, as it were? The thought just limits. Thought is limited by the interests of life, which are, involve things like conatus, etc., which is, so Ray's project to aggravate this kind of Enlightenment trauma, I think, which is precisely based in that thing that folk categories which we've got, which we depend on, which we in fact cannot seem to do without, certainly in the near future, have no relation to how things actually are, and the level of matter, if you want to use that term, which is multiply contested, obviously. But and that. Okay, now in terms of relation to politics, I think one relation is to do with the most pressing political problem we've got, which is the environmental crisis, isn't it? That, as it were, that we can see the problems of the persistence of folk categories extremely clearly in relation to environmental catastrophe, right? I think Zizek again puts this very well when he says, look, the reason why we can't believe in environmental disasters is they just go against all of our folk phenomenological experience. You sort of because there's no way of connecting up in terms of your experience. You turning a kettle on and polar ice caps melting. You can do it cognitively. We can all do it cognitively, but there's nothing in our experience corresponds to this. Okay, and then this poses a problem also of, which I think is also posed by capitalism, and this is what sort of Alex and Nick are working on their stuff, is that there's never been an agent in the history of Earth that can deal with this problem. The problems we're facing require an agent that has never existed before, right? Collective human agency. Such agency has never ever existed. And this is the challenge that we now face. And that, we can, unless we construct that agent, then surely we know we're heading for disaster. Again, we know it. We don't feel it. Look outside, well, look, sun's shining still. It looks fine. And because and I think Zizek is right that the only point at which we'll believe the catastrophe has happened is after it's happened. And then it's too late. And that's why he uses this thinker Pierre Dupuy. Is interesting conjecture that the only way we'll deal with environmental catastrophe is that we have to put ourselves in a position of it already happening and think what we would have done to have avoided it. And that's it just makes a lot of sense to me. This actually that unless that is the power of things like The Road, I think, which these films which you think, oh my God, if it gets that, quick, run out of the cinema. What can we do to stop this happening? That unless you. But that we can see the scale. There's all kinds of problems here, can't we? You can see we can see that there's no more pressing problem than dealing with the environmental issues. Yet the kind of feelings of despair and hopelessness that we feel in relation to that, we all know it's pressing. We all know we all feel that nothing can be done, or that very limited things can be done.
That's why, in the same time, I think Zizek paraphrases Marx.
Yep.
Saying ecology is the new opium for the masses, right? Because there are different ways that we can run out of the cinema.
Right.
So it can also keep us busy, buying eco diapers.
Well, yeah, exactly. Again, the problem is that, as something I try and bring out in capitalist realism, if we come back to this issue of responsibility, if we now, as individuals, take responsibility for it, this will mean that the agent required that could be responsible to deal with it will never be created. I think that's the point, isn't it? That the actions of individuals will never resolve this environmental crisis. It requires, collective human agency to be asserted, and so no one is responsible for it, and that because there isn't an agent that could do anything about it yet. We're only responsible for insofar as we haven't created that agent, not directly responsible now in terms of, as I mentioned in the book, this whole agenda of recycling is really so that corporate problems become our responsibility. Yeah.
I think it ties back to what you were saying earlier. The reason we're nostalgic about Fordist capitalism,
Yes.
or that we say it's the same financial capitalism as it used to be, is that we're not nostalgic about Fordist capitalism per se because it was miserable. We're nostalgic for a time when we had collective passion.
Yes.
And the thing
Exactly.
is that we knew what produced that collective passion. It was the factory and the Communist Party.
Right.
And for whatever problems they had, they did that. They produced a collective agent. And what is the machine? We know what the neoliberal machine is. It's owning your house, and it's.
Yep.
And what is the machine that is capable of producing a collectivity that can relate to this?
Yeah, exactly. This is if you have all the key questions. Yeah, right. That is it, isn't it? That well, hold on. I just wanted to pick up something you initially said. What did you first say? Sorry, I'm just. What did you?
No, I said that we're nostalgic about.
Oh, yeah, nostalgia. Yeah. That's. I mean, so what you were saying there is sort of my answer to this question about the sort of meaning, etc. You posed that actually, in a way, like these sort of boring things, the certain kind of boring institutions or whatever were preconditions for other interesting stuff to happen. I think in life, so that's what we need in place. It's these something that is taken for granted, in that sense, boring. That but that allows us to do other stuff. I mean that and yeah. So
I just thought that it becomes like a sort of condition, like psychologically of the same thing. If that other stuff that you do when the structure is set, that is a better structure, that other stuff is also affected by that. You have.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I mean, yeah, but it doesn't sort of have to be that way. And I think that's right about why there's something in Fordism to be learned from. is that you could have fairly drab bureaucracies, you could have fairly boring political meetings or whatever, but they allowed people to do other things. And I think what I was going to get onto today, but it's still on the first slide, but good. We can do this tomorrow. It doesn't, whatever. It doesn't matter. But that we have no time to do anything now. And I think that's what Berardi's works brings out really strongly. That it's not work invades everything, but it's worse than that even. Is that work commandeers libido in this disturbing way. That okay. Do you want to stop now then? Or?
No, you finish your.
Okay. So what is their excuse for endlessly checking our emails? Oh, well, it's work, and also this ruthless entrepreneurial spirit. Like, or there might be some offer come in here that I'll miss if I don't check it this second. So this fusion of libido and work, this endless superego demand that we keep doing this. There's a horrible synergy, isn't it, that we're now living in, where it's like the autonomous. The autonomous vision of freedom from bosses and bureaucrats, an infernal inversion of that, isn't it? Where we're never free of work ever, or the situationist dream of enchantment of everyday life. It's like the infernal inversion of that, where that libido is everyday life is saturated with libido, but libido that makes us miserable, and we don't even particularly notice how miserable we are until we reflect on it. Okay. Well, I noticed, particularly from working with teenagers, as I did, through a lot of the experiences that I talk about in Capitalist Realism, and also from myself, from observing myself, that now we're in a state now where there's forms of depression which arise from the hedonic, not from an inability to take pleasure, but from an inability to do anything else but take pleasure, as it were. Now, Berardi discusses this in terms of phenomena like Viagra, which he rightly says has nothing to do with impotence. It's just to do with speed, right? It's fucking too much faff. Seduction, eroticism. Fuck that. Let's get on with it. We haven't got time. Come on, I've got an email to answer. There's that, and pornography the same, isn't it? Pornography and that it's the same. Oh, we can't be bothered with actual sex. Whether it's too much bother. Let's go straight to the meat of the thing. And let's get on with it now. And actually, there's a good piece by Daniel Barrow on the music website The Quietus about pop music of recent years, where he argues that they have this Tayo Cruz and people like that, and where they have this crazed mega chorus, that hits straight to the pleasure centers of the brain like audio crack. I think this is part of the same phenomenon as well, because there's this affective exhaustion, actually, that then we don't have time for erotics in a broad sense, actually, not just erotics in terms of sexuality, but erotics in terms of a kind of immersive enjoyment. We don't have time for that. No, I think because there's an error in the way that we think about cyberspace. We think of cyberspace as immersive. Well, it steals a lot of our time, but I don't think it immerses. I think it's an immersion and transinhibitor in lots of ways, cyberspace. Or cyberspace time, as I say. Why we shouldn't just talk about space, we should talk about space-time. The space-time of communicative capitalism. Okay, which is partly why I started with that quote from Sherry Turkle about, we're not there anymore. We're not here. We're not. Where are we? Because we're in cyberspace. Which means that that older forms of collectivity have disappeared. Even the smallest level of collectivity, you could say, of sexuality itself. I don't want to suggest that sexuality has to be confined to two people, but starting at that level, you know, but then, you know, at that level, right up to even, you know, televisual or radiophonic collectivities, and you know, the kind of music collectivities or dancing collectivities that I talked about at the start with, you know, in relation to burial and rave. That, I mean, and as I always say, I think the success of television programs like The X Factor, you know, really, on the face of it, extremely depressing phenomenon. But, you know, it actually attests to the fact that actually, if you can, what do people want from these programs? Is a sense of collectivity, that, you know, the sense that other people are watching at the same time, and you know, that's what, that's what I think the, you know, some of the great media manipulators of our time have capitalized on. They're able to, again, in this strange anachronistic hybrid where you have basically pre-rock and roll style 50s talent shows, augmented by kind of SMS texting and you know, all kinds of cyberspatial satellites, you know, that's we're still going to have to capitalize on this desire for collective experience, because everyone watches it, or, you know, feels as if everyone watches it, and that can't be said of, you know, many other things anymore. So I think we should be properly dialectical about these things. That there is something positive about them. That this desire for collectivity sort of does remain. But, you know, in terms of, you know, what I was saying about pathologies of the digital, have we even thought about how bad this is? You know, have we really thought about it? I mean, how much? I mean, look, let's look at it this way. How much did you care about communication 10 years ago? You know, okay, you'd want phone calls now and again, wouldn't you? I mean, you'd want them. You know, you'd want letters. They're kind of nice. But you weren't like, not every 30 seconds. You didn't have a compulsive need to check for such communication, right? No, it didn't really matter that much. And let's face it, on a level of content, it still doesn't matter that much now.
It's only when you lecture that you don't check your mails, right? You haven't checked your mails now for 2 hours.
Oh no, but I haven't got my data services on my phone, you know, so I couldn't do it anyway. So I need Wi-Fi, but.
I think this is just a quick statement. I think it also goes back to what we were saying before about living in a post-Fordist society. I mean, for Fordist society, you had security, or a notion of security. Now there is no notion of security.
Right.
Your job is your jobs are shortened, and I think that's also the main reason why a lot of us have gone in, or the world has gone into this checking your email every 10 seconds, is because it's a security thing.
Well, I think that's part of the excuse that we make for ourselves, and it's also, but it's not false either. It's true, or but it seems to be true. But I have to say that you know, I've been effectively self-employed for, you know, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years now, and I have to say that in all of that time, really, you know, if I'd have left an email for half a day, wouldn't have missed out on anything. You know, if I'd only checked emails twice a day, I wouldn't have missed out on anything. And let's face it, if it required me to do it there and then, I couldn't have done it anyway, could I? You know, so that, do you know what I mean? That I agree. I think, and Berardi is very powerful at bringing out, I think, the extent to which we fall into that belief that unless we're up on things in this ultra agitated way, then we will fall behind. We won't compete. But that's not actually true. It just seems that way. And but the thing is, again, we can't take responsibility for this ourselves too much. That, you know, that this is, you know, we're supposed to be thinking that way. Well, yeah, I mean, it's being in an agitated state, constantly agitated state, and the production of anxiety. This is one of the things that I try and emphasize in capitalist realism. That, you know, that we totally misunderstand ideology, and Orwell is responsible for that in lots of ways. Or this boring, like all these boring science fiction totalitarian things where, you know, totalitarian like regimes are just trying to make you think something, man. you know, like and it's trying to regiment you and all of that. They don't want, and they want you to have this set of beliefs that you have to stick to. That's not what they want. They want you to be anxious. This is the form of this is ideal, you know, and that's why I would say that I think sort of this is why like the women's magazine is the model of ideological interpolation, right? Like you know, which is like believe two different things at once. Oh look, it's okay. You can be any size you want. Here's a diet. You know, like how are you supposed to respond to that? You hold these two things at once in your mind as impossible kind of synthesis of. On one side, you're really sure it's fine to be what I am. No, I've got a diet now. And these mixed messages are not accidental. I mean, well, or they might be accidental, but it's a very happy accident for capital in a sense that, you know, that someone who's in a constant state of anxiety, constantly agitated, you know, is not able to act in any effective way. You know, as I said, that this is the function of a lot of the surveillance mechanisms or self-surveillance mechanisms which have been brought in under neoliberalism. You know, the ostensible, you know, why do I have to fill in a 50-page logbook in order to, you know, and why do I have to do a active scheme of work where I fantasize about what I'll be teaching students in 50 weeks' time? You know, that in this lesson at 11:15 will be. I mean, obviously, just as ludicrous as anything, as any kind of crazed science fiction or Stalinist plan. You know, it's got no relation to any reality that's ever going to happen. Why am I required to do it then? To increase efficiency, my efficiency as a teacher? No, the very fact that I'm filling it in is decreasing my efficiency as a teacher. You know, right? Because let's face it, if I was just convalescing and just watching TV, at least have more energy to do my actual work, rather than doing this. So what is the point of it? Is to produce this sense of endless anxiety. Like I say, the inspection regimes, they, if one is to read these documents and try to interpret how one is to deliver lessons properly, you know, it's Talmudic. You know, it's this Talmudic act of interpretation. You know, and of course the people who are inspecting you are also engaging in the same Talmudic act of interpretation. They don't fully know. They're also in a state of anxiety. They can only guess as to what the you know, the real meaning of what is really wanted here. But it's generalized state of we don't know what is really wanted, yet we still have to try and guess what is wanted. This is typical of the mode of ideology to which we're now subject. I think it's very successful as well. You know, and also because it comes dressed as it's for us. It's for us as well. You know, like why are you doing this? Is for your own personal development. You know, you don't want to be static. You don't want to be left behind, do you? Surely you want to learn new things about how to do your job, don't you? And that's all of that package is very successful, especially when it is reinforced in popular culture as well. And this, I think, connects, you know, your point and with yours as well about this responsibility all the time. You know, popular culture is always, you know, always reinforcing this idea that we could be better if we put more effort into X, Y, and Z. You know, that if only and therapy is a major, that the diffusion of therapeutic logic is a major part of this. All of the above is what I describe as privatization of stress. Okay, that's a key kind of process that's happened over the last 20, 30 years as part of the securing of neoliberalism. Of course, we all know about the privatization of formerly nationalized industries, organizations, etc. But, you know, alongside that has been this privatization of stress, where, you know, that's part of removing trade unions from the picture. Okay, before, if your hours increase, if your working conditions deteriorate, if your terms of employment become more tenuous, you know, you become anxious, and you become anxious because of those things, right? And that is an accepted explanation of why you are more anxious. What do you do with your anxiety? Okay, you probably, you know, go with other workers. You'll gang up together and say, look, we don't think this is fair. But why are things getting worse for us? That's not what happens now. Okay, those same procedures go on. Well, it's just part of reality. It's just part of reality. You can't adjust to it. you must be ill. Go to the doctor. Go to the doctor. What will the doctor do? Well, you know, if you're lucky, you'll get therapy. That's probably, in the UK anyway, I can tell you from first-hand experience, you have to have killed yourself or tried to, or you have to try to kill yourself in order to get therapy on a National Health Service. That's, more likely, you'll be given some happy pills from pharmaceutical, you know, nicely, kindly provided to you by a multinational pharmaceutical company. You know, and that's a perfect circuit, isn't it? It's brilliant. You know, like instead of your discontent is your fault, but it's okay. You know, corporate capital's on hand to solve it for you. You know, with pills.
Yeah, it's fine. About this, because it seems to like this kind of big society that the Conservative Party launched recently seems to really connect with what you're
absolutely
and the whole idea of like this whole idea of the face state or the Facebook state that people are trying to, which is then going back to the kind of responsibility towards the individual.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think there's this shift from neoliberalism into Victorian liberalism in the UK at the moment. No, seriously, it's from cybergothic to steampunk. You know, like it's ridiculous. Like they. Actually, I want to introduce another thinker into the mix at this point, who is not very well known, and I think should be better known. Is a therapist. Well, I don't know if he called himself a therapist. Called David Smale. That's SMAIL. And Smale wrote a number of books in the 90s and in the last decade, which really pulled together a number of the threads we talked about today, actually. Smale argues, in ways strangely similar to Metzinger, actually, that there is no such thing as a self, in the way that we understand it. That actually, what we call the self is really commentary, as he calls it. It's a kind of internalized set of explanations for what. For sort of, you know, what is going on in our life world, as it were. But the point is that doesn't explain anything about why we like what we are. He makes a series of simple moves which nevertheless are devastating to the kind of spontaneous ideology in which we live, which is to say that, clearly, he argues that, you know, the most powerful forces acting upon us are not our mummy and daddy, who themselves have been acted upon by, you know, much stronger forces. Those, you know, the forces of, you know, business interests, etc. Power. Power is the key question for him, and you know, what are the forces of power that are operating in society? They're distal, as he puts it. They're not proximal. They're distal. Anything that is in the world of experience that we, immediate experience, is already an effect of these distal forces. And okay, now that's, in a way, it's pretty obvious. I would have thought this. You know, I guess most of us here will probably think that way. However, as Smale says, actually though, the way that therapy operates is on a completely opposite assumption. Therapy operates, as Smale devastatingly puts it, Thatcher's idea that there's no such thing as society, only individuals and their families, is echoed by the practice of therapy. You know, which will focus obsessively on, you know, if you have therapy, it will be about your family and your childhood generally. That's the therapeutic dimension. You know, I had therapy. I had cognitive behavioural therapy, which is one of the most popular forms of therapy in the UK at the moment. And you know, I had it because I was very seriously depressed, and you know, try anything really. But actually, so what cured me from depression is partly the underlying story, the backstory of capitalist realism. Really, is that, you know, politics saved me from depression. I think in lots of ways, the recovery of politics. Because I mean, what is depression? Depression is this feeling of heavy responsibility. You know, that I'm like, It's a double thing. I'm responsible for the miserable state of my life, but I can't do anything about it. Only I can. It's like Kafka's, short story that Before the Law, if you know that. The door to the law is only meant for you, but you don't go through it. But that's how depression feels. That only I can do anything about it. Yet I'm incapable of acting, and that's the problem. Is that therapy operates with certainly cognitive behavioural therapy just puts a positive spin on that. Just says you are responsible. Just change your story, change it, and you'll be okay.
That's just what I mean with this reprogramming.
Yeah.
Were you saying that what actually saved you wasn't a cognitive behavioral reprogramming? It was actually being concerned and getting, things sorted out. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yes. You're right that CBT operates on that "kneel and you will believe" basis to some degree. But the point is that I think there's a difference though in that what I was talking about earlier was collective, kind of collective behaviours, not individual ones. Right. The point is that I think that why a lot of the clinical evidence about CBT suggests a very poor long-term recovery is because that at an individual level it's not as simple as that. You can't just any more than you can become a retail magnate if you just follow what Mary Queen of Shops says on her, BBC Pro. That you can't just reprogram your own, story about yourself on your own. That this is the point. Smale's argument is: look, ultimately, as simple as this, self-esteem is dependent on a public world. That unless you're acting in a public world, unless there's a public world which one can refer to, which one in order to from which one can derive feelings of approbation or disapprobation or whatever. If you don't have that public world, then you will be struggling. And of course, we don't have that public world now. That is what has been dismantled. That is what is gone. We don't have that public world. Stress is privatized. It's our fault, but we can't do anything about it. That's not some depressive phantasm. That's actually true. We can't do anything about it in the conditions that we live at the moment. We're not able to do anything about it. So, there's perfect kind of end circuits, aren't there? Of we're endlessly told we're responsible. We feel bad about it. That makes us sort of depressed, feel down in certain ways. So we seek kind of either drugs or some kind of therapeutic and response to this. And like I say, therapy is not confined to the rooms of therapists. Therapy is widely disseminated. Eva Illouz has written a number of books about this. Oprah Winfrey has been this major kind of disseminator of the therapeutic worldview. It's just down to you. You can turn your own life around. So yes, this production of stress, is absolutely crucial. But I think it's gone over this threshold recently with digital communications. And as I say, it's whilst that's what's the story we will tell ourselves about why we have to check our emails is that we have to do it for work in one way or another, and which is not a false story entirely. It's also hacked into our libido. And I just want to come back to this question of I forget what I was going to come back to. Of trance and immersion. Okay, we think we're immersed in cyberspace. Cyberspace perpetually defers immersion. We can waste like hours and hours on it, but we're not immersed in it. In fact, it's the opposite of immersion, I would suggest. In that, what it is we're endlessly driven. And Jodie Dean has written very well about this in her recent book, Blog Theory. There's a drive. The point is that why we're not immersed is immersion requires some kind of stillness, I think, in a way. A certain kind of stillness but this is what you don't have when you're on the internet. on the internet there's this panic time. Maybe it's only me who feels this, but as soon as you open a page, there's this endless weight of network demand falls upon you, and you feel, yeah, you can't just stay on this. Come on, there's lots of other things you can be doing, and you know the urge to click off onto another page at any time is immense, and so I think we have this. Instead of having the now, we have the instant. But the instant is kind of splintered into these multiple windows at any time, isn't it? And what I mean by instant, carrying that sense of like instant coffee or something that's instantly available. But of course, this strange process happens, isn't it? That instead of living in a moment, what happens is the more that things are instant, the more that we defer them, as it were. And it's fantasy time when we'll actually look at them. You know, like, oh yeah, yeah, I'll open this, I'll save this for later or whatever. I'll open these 20 windows because you know the other 18 I will have time to look at them later. Of course, that time never arrives. But this is the disturbing fantasy, though, that we're subject to. But you know that we're constantly deferring, doing things that we're constantly deferring that moment of immersion in this endlessly hurried state. We're always hurrying away from things. You know, that's pretty worrying, right? And again, look at it from how things look like in the late 90s or whatever. Would you think is sort of desirable, where you're in a state of perpetual attentional deficit, where you simply can't. I mean, the quote from Christian Marazzi about the business managers who can't read a page of text. You know, it's certainly true of a lot of teenagers that I've taught. You know, the idea of you present them with a page of text, a side of text. I can't read that. I cannot read it. Now, the old school disciplinary response to that would be they can read it, make them, but they really have serious problems being able to hold attention on text for that length of time. And why wouldn't they have those problems? That they're plugged into a stimulation matrix. Stimulation, not a stimulus matrix. That all of the time they're not in these crumbling disciplinary institutions such as school. Okay, so what are they going to do? Go cold turkey and go in school and behave like 19th century disciplinary subjects? Of course they can't do that. You know, the way in which they're required to process information outside the classroom is by constant attentional kind of migration. Asking them to concentrate. It's physiologically beyond them. Because it requires I'm not exaggerating. This requires retraining, and really this is a few years ago when I was confronting this, and now with smartphones, etc. I think it can only have this can only have intensified. As we were discussing in one of the breaks earlier on, how would we cope? I mean, you're coping pretty well with sitting here, for this length of time. But if you had to sit through, I can imagine like 8 hours of school, or how long the school day is, without a phone or something to distract yourself. I mean, just think of the poor kids. No wonder they're in behavioural uproar and all of that. But because the speed of their the point is that the speed. I think Berardi brings this out well. I mean, you don't have to be a kind of nostalgic kind of humanist to see that there's an experiment that we're living in. It's an experiment about the limits of the limits of the organ. The organism is being augmented. We are cyborgs. I mean, it's totally banal now. We just take it for granted. We can't live without these prostheses. Everything Don Harry said and all of that. It's just now part of our everyday life, right? That's just simply true. But then, we still have got these physiological limits which are. Well, the question is what they are, and we're experimentally determining that at the moment. We're like lab rats, but without a laboratory technician overlooking the whole thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, sorry, at the back, yeah. No, it's fine.
Now, I would like to take us into a sort of broader field. If we imagine wild success as a society, and we name that as economic democracy, what do you propose as a actionable first step towards that goal?
Economic democracy? Yeah, what do you mean by that, though?
Well, it's sort of like the John Lennon quote, imagine no possession.
Okay, right, Okay, now, and Dan Hine has got good stuff on this, okay, on democracy, right? I think his book is excellent on this. But I think when you try and think about these measures, it's an interesting effect happens. That even quite minor reformist measures seem practically unimaginable or inconceivable to be put in place. And so we're in this paradoxical situation where it seems that you would require a revolution in order to put reformist measures into place. Okay, this is preface to what I'm going to say now, which is that, okay, so his ideas are, okay, given the media and ideological ecology in which we live, that's dominated by big business interests, even though people don't accept those interests or persuaded by them. And that's an important point. Neoliberalism didn't win by persuading people. It won by making itself a reality to which we are subject. And that's the only way things will go. Given that is the case, okay, how can we change this? And which is the question for him of how do we democratize things? And this is I think why Hine's book is important is because it suggests, look, okay, Fordism wasn't that great. That the media institutions of at the time of Fordism were top-down, inegalitarian and undemocratic. Okay, they might have produced better stuff than we get from Murdoch Corporation now, but okay, they still weren't ideal. So what do we do? So instead of being nostalgic for that moment, we think about when we wanted to escape from it, what did we want instead of what we had got at that time? It wasn't this. It was something else. So what would, for instance, a democratized media look like? Hine has concrete suggestions. He says it would look like what we need is not the democratization of comment, which we've now got, of course, where if you have anything published in a newspaper, you're required to be subjugated to graffiti underneath it online, But it's not that is that's a kind of this idea of choice and comment is really a pallid sob compared to what people actually did want. What he argues is what we need is the public would act as media commissioners, not as consumers. Okay, so what would that involve? So he says, okay, what we need is the public to be involved in funding journalists. Okay, in the decision about how to fund journalists, he says you can a certain amount of money set aside, and you can fund however many 100 investigative journalists, and that what you would have is you'd have public committees deciding where that money went. Now, you both are aware. I think my response to this is double. I'm sort of thinking, okay, well, if that happened, things would really change a lot. At the same time as you're thinking, well, is that conceivable that would ever happen? Because I mean, the value behind of this is that the very fact of people engaging in these decision-making processes would reveal to them that what they already know. People already know the confected nature of the media reality in which they live. Yet they sort of, because they're not involved in its production, they're still subject to it. If you do work in a media, is somewhat demystified. And effectively this is to draw everyone into working in the media. And also, the other response you might get when you face these proposals is, oh, wouldn't everyone want more stories about Cheryl Cole and this kind of thing? Well, maybe they would, but I mean, I think that I agree with Hine that that's actually unlikely. That once people got an active role in deciding what sort of media that they got at this level of commissioning, where they were choosing what journalists would report on, I think that would change their attitude. I mean, I think a lot of the toxic aggression online is to do with feelings of just helplessness and impotence, actually. That, people feel they've got, this is what people are offered, isn't it? You have no real control over your lives, you have no real control over the economy or the media, but you can comment on our pieces. That, that this is not any effect. No wonder people get sort of aggressive and antagonistic in a useless way, really. And he suggests the same really process could be applied to funding of science as well, because of course the funding of science now is massively governed by the interests of the military, etc., and big corporations. Again, the very fact that if people were taking part, if the public were taking part in these decision-making processes, which are largely opaque to them now, the very fact they were taking part in them, Hind thinks, would immediately have this demystifying and democratizing effect. So I don't know. I think that's one. That is one line through. The question is how plausible we think that is in the current situation. Whether that would have happened, given the level of vested interest against that kind of thing are so massive, right?
Wouldn't it again be very positive for corporate interest and so on to, after such interventions, that we could then sort of harvest the interests of the people and capitalize that as well?
Yeah, but they're already doing that. I mean, it was not that they're already doing that. There's all, I mean, in a sense, like the old autonomous story was that it was the proletariat which drove everything. That capitalism was that capitalism, all the innovations of capitalism were in response to the actions of the proletariat, etc., etc. Okay, that might continue to be the case in some way, but I think it would shift a power balance away from how things are now. I mean, part of what Hind is arguing is that we need the public isn't just the same as our population. We don't have a public anymore. The conditions for we never had one either. That's the good thing about Hind. He's not saying, "Oh, it was wonderful this old public which we once had." With property owning men in the Victorian era or whatever. No, it wasn't good then. But there is a teleological process actually of that we can go back to of enlightenment and democracy. That what is that progress? It's away from barbarism. What is barbarism is the rule by the wealthy and powerful. And I think that we're still deep in barbarism. That's what we have to remember. We think of ourselves as we're sophisticated, we're beyond all that now. But can we imagine the perspective in 50 years' time on this current mess? The idea people look back. How do they accept this? How do they accept this massive swindling? Of where the poor and the most disadvantaged in society are required to pay for the something that a swindler that's that obvious and on that scale. How do people accept that? Only because we accept that we're still in a totally barbarian, a barbarian world, where egalitarian objectives are pretty impossible to pursue, where the interests of the wealthy and the powerful are unassailable in lots of ways, But this is a period of reaction and restoration, and that's how things look in periods of reaction and restoration. What's interesting about the moment that we're in is that the reaction is troubled, isn't it? It has been troubled. It's not much as it's trying to have in every sense business as usual. It's struggling now. And even in the heartlands of neoliberalism, like the UK and the US, we're seeing militancy emerge, and I think part of what's happening there is this. Conversion of depression or disaffected feelings into political anger, and a kind of reverse of everything that was necessary for the installation of capitalist realism in the first place, which was precisely the opposite. That affects that would previously have been directed politically were turned inward, or to deny political articulation, and that whole, as I say, that whole explanation for why you are feeling down was denied to people. So it's, I don't know, but I mean I think those suggestions are good ones, but I think also it's about okay, what are we replacing trade unions with if we think trade unions are superseded? I don't think they necessarily are superseded. You know, that's, as I say, if you want the biggest single explanation for the emergence of capitalist realism, it is the demise of trade unions. Now, okay, why is it difficult for trade unions now? Not only because of an aggressive political project against them, it's because of post-Fordism, because of globalization. You know, that because of the nature of, you know, the capitalist commodity chains now is much more complicated than it was. But does that mean that sort of worker solidarity is inconceivable? No, I don't think it does mean that. But what it means is that we need some kind of imaginative leaps in terms of what form these organisations would take. Now, I don't have the answer now, but that's this sort of thing we have to be working on, isn't it? That, like I say, we can't think that we'll immediately have the answers to these things, because everything has conspired against us even thinking about posing the questions, never mind about the answers. But now we should I think Zizek is right when he says we shouldn't just act all the time or think we can act immediately. But we need to do something, and that something can be theoretical production as much as it is actually going out into the streets. So, and also like fictional production, imaginative. Like how would we picture this world that we want to live in? This is really hard when we try and do that. And and I think one other thing we can talk about with capitalist realism is the diminishing the horizons of something like science fiction. It's the denuded nature of science fiction actually over the last 20 or 30 years. That that's still still in cyberpunk, still in Blade Runner. What has science fiction generated as a plausible future world, or not plausible, but any sort of future world since that day, since that time, that mode, nothing, and it's kind of significant that recently people like William Gibson or Sterling, Bruce Sterling, have sort of retreated from science fiction altogether, even in its cyberpunk form, and said, Gibson saying, I don't write science fiction anymore, just write about how things are now. And actually, there's an essay on online a few months ago by Bruce Sterling about atemporality, which is in a way redescribing a lot of the phenomena I talked about earlier on, but sort of saying, well, that's how things are now, we've just got to face it. But I think that that a kind of diminution of dreaming, of social dreaming, you could say, of the dreaming of counter possibilities, of counter worlds, this is also a symptom and a cause of capitalist realism. That we need this kind of production as well, production on this level, because it at least have the effect of denaturalizing this world in which we live, and also suggesting something that we could struggle towards. But I think, in terms of some of the things I've talked about, I think we need to have collective refusal of these mechanisms of anxiety production. Okay, like no, we're not doing self-surveillance anymore. Right? No, we're not doing it. This is what let's look. I think in terms of teaching, as I say in Capitalist Realism, there's still these old Jurassic, totally ineffective Fordist tactics of one day strikes. School teachers, totally stupid. Who cares? Or university teachers, one day out, oh dear, the whole economy grinds to a halt. No, what actually happens is the management of the colleges and universities goes, great, I saved our wage bill this month. Who really cares? But what they would care about was if you said, okay, I'm not filling in, we're not participating in any inspection, We're not taking part in it. We're not doing any external examining. We're not engaging in, we're not feeding you statistics. We're not engaging in these. We're not filling in these logbooks, self-surveying. We're not doing any of that. The point is that the institution would run along perfectly happily in terms of the consumers, or what if you're talking about a college or a university, as if the students would care if you've not filled in your logbooks, or you've done your duties to managerialists. No, they're not going to care. But the managers would care, and that because it makes their life difficult. And these are the kind of things that I think, these kind of strategies. I think the point is that what is the difference between trade union type conflict and anti-capitalist protest? Is that the antagonism is located in the workplace, right? So it's and that's we need to get back to that situation where antagonism is where people work, not something that they do outside work, as it were.
Isn't there a problem to the fact that there are no workplace? I mean,
okay, that is a problem.
At least not for me.
Yep.
I mean, and there is only management and no work left. And I mean, I work all the time, but I'm also unemployed all the time. But I still feel better if I've been doing one day of Facebooking, because then I think that I've managed my work somehow in a way that makes me feel a bit better. But I haven't really met anyone.
No. I think, is it quite true? There's no workplace at all. I mean,
we're here now.
But I do take the point. It's an important one, and the difference that it's not. I mean, so the analogy isn't going to completely work with those old Fordist conditions. But there is work, and there are managerialists, I think, right? And I think we have to force the difference, really. Force the difference between the two. That now, the point is not against management per se. We need managers, right? But we just don't need managerialists, which is management for its own sake, and for for the increase of wealth of managers, and also the managers serve this function of, as I say, anxiety production. I think this is where someone like Negri is effectively right, that in lots of ways this managerialist capitalist class is just a parasite on processes which could continue better without them. And I think it's forcing, how we can do that is forcing this question that that managerialists don't help us do our work better. They make it more difficult for us to do our work. But I accept that you're right, that when we're dispersed in space, when we have short-term contracts or 0 hours contracts or whatever, that that the conditions for this kind of thing are much harder. But trade unions didn't come out of platonic heaven, as it were. They didn't. They emerged out of people thinking about what would, how they could better their situation in those conditions of 19th century industrial capitalism. That we need to be thinking in the same way, don't we? That's not that okay, these are the difficulties now, but does that mean it's insuperable, nothing can be done? Well, that's what capitalist realism is telling us, right? But it may well be true. But also, I don't know. Have we tried everything out, or what? And that I don't think we have tried anything out. But also, this time that we're coming into is a different time. That whatever. Although that when I was finishing the book, I was kind of thinking it was just as the bank bailouts were happening. I was thinking, what is the point of writing this book? Capitalism will end before the book. If I finish the book, it didn't quite work out like that. But that, but it doesn't mean nothing happened. Something massive did happen there. Something massive did happen in 2008, and now we're in this moment of where history can start again. I think I don't think there's a lot we could have done before 2008 in lots of ways. It wasn't just errors or mistakes, or we got things wrong. We could have done things better. Everything was set up against us at that point. Now the situation has changed, and I think that is, it's an opportunity. And, it's a once in a lifetime one. For those of us, older than most of you, but I suppose, I don't know if it's worse for you or me. I've had to endure it longer. You've only ever seen it. What's worse? I don't know. This is a space. This is a space, and so what I mean is the kind of, if we start thinking about it now, there's a chance for that being effective in a way it wasn't 5 years ago, I think. Yeah.
It goes back to what you were talking about, science fiction, and not really producing anything new to look forward to. There is like a widespread like escapism that we all devote ourselves to.
Yeah.
And I am thinking like, is this always negative, or could that entail that like something new would come out of that? I mean, that's my hope, that you need this escape.
What do you mean by escapism? Widespread escapism?
Like you watch these television series like for hours on end. You can't get out of it. You get this like feeling that something is happening, but you know that it's not. And even if their lives in the TV changes, your life doesn't change very much.
Yeah.
When you come out,
it's like watching Lost or something like that. That's what I felt like I was watching that. No, but I mean, no, I don't. I mean, the thing is, I think part of the problem is there's increasingly less escapism. That's part of what I'm saying. What the sort of impulses that we used to have to escape now go into being embedded even more deeply into the neurosis of our everyday lives. So instead of escaping to some fantasy counterworld, we escape into bloody Facebook or whatever. And actually, it's quite, if you read this book by Sherry Turkle, it's very quite moving about how difficult young people find this Facebook world. The level of stress they're under in its constant performance anxiety. It's really quite poignant moments when almost none of them can cope with real-time telephone calls. But also she notes in the book that real-time telephone calls, probably all of us now regard them as this unacceptable intrusion. I'm not going to phone them up. It's an intrusion. Why do we think that? Because we ourselves think that way. Oh, the phone rings. Oh God, who's doing that? And if it's the landline ringing, it's like either your parents or someone trying to sell you something, isn't it? Like, why can't they cope with that? Because they're used to this delay with things like SMS or even instant messenger, etc., where they have time to compose their response. And then she says that what they'll do is they'll spend all their time, they'll spend hours on this trying to get this 140 character text, getting the right level of nonchalance into this 140 character text. Just that it seems to me that if these kids were escaping more, their lives would be better. They're not escaping. The impulse that went into escaping has gone into this depressing production of this depressing performance of a neurotic identity, which there's no escape from. And that's what I think, that's also why the echo of reality TV itself. Reality TV is part of capitalist realism, I think. The whole foreclosure of the fictional as such or the symbolic as such in favour of this depressing notion of competitive individualism, which was pushed by reality TV, which is as depressing as it was compulsive. Please bring back escapism. And I completely agree with you that there's always some. There's always something in some potentially recuperable utopian dimension in actual escapism. But it's that's the nature of the cyberspace time prison in which we're in, is that once we would have escaped, now we go and look at photographs of ourselves on Facebook. Like.
Formulate anything. We can't escape and retreat and then formulate something to give back, an alternative.
No, because we don't have time. And I think the extent to which we don't have time is we underestimate this, because we deny our own time. Or we deny it. We don't have time. There's plaintive anecdotes in here about children, who just wish that their mother would one day just look at them when the mother picks up the child in the car. The child is desperately hoping that one day the mother will look up first at the child instead of be sitting there looking at messages the whole time. And of course, we can't sit in judgment. We are that mother, right? In some way or another, we can totally understand that.
Just like to the point about this, talk about William Gibson.
Yeah.
And I think there's a big flaw with that, neuromancer view of today's world.
Yes.
Because if you look at Deleuze and Guattari's view of capitalism, I think a big point is that it's not only deterritorialization but also reterritorialization.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So there is actually, we are producing things, but the speed has increased of capitalism, the rate of consumption. At least that's how I think of it.
Right.
But I mean, the point of it is that capitalism isn't totally distributed. It isn't totally devoid of substance. So I think that's what we have to realize, that there is actually some things, material things, and that's also an important point, with Deleuze and Guattari.
Yeah, I agree.
There is, it's a material strata. It's something physical that we can attack. And
okay, so how do you think? Just for instance, what sort of physical things can we attack?
Like the things we spoke about this whole lecture. I mean, the construction of individuality is created by architectonics, by physical structures in the world.
Right.
So basically, it's a very general statement, but there is some things, physical things that we have to change.
Okay.
And I just wanted to make that general.
No, I think this point about that this is absolutely crucial. I think this thing about reterritorialization as well as deterritorialization of that.
People like this, that we have to change some ideological or idea, but it's actually actual. We have to do something physically.
Yes, well, I think the two are tied up. I think we can't do the one without the other. It
was an interesting comment on the news a couple of weeks ago here in Stockholm, where the architect school burned down, and the first statement from the architect school was, we ensure you that we will rebuild the school as it were.
Okay.
I think then physical structures and so on.
Yeah.
What is this that we ensure you, instead of saying, fucking hell, this is a great time, we can change architecture by changing the school. That's whoever it might be, right? But nobody even thinks, well, let's outsource it or sell it to IKEA immediately. Let's rebuild as we want, as it always was. So there's some kind of a feedback loop into this also of wanting it to remain, since we are so fucking keen on keeping our jobs.
Yes.
I mean, if we change the organization, if we change the institution, it might be that I am on the street. So we have this in university world, as you all know, that the economy of the university is shrinking.
Yeah.
So what do? We decrease the time that we spend with the students.
Yes, and have more of them. And keep our own jobs. Yeah.
And try to do the same education for less money.
Yes.
Very rarely I see somebody saying, okay, then let's change the whole story around.
Right. Well,
and then we wonder, so you're a philosophy teacher or critical political science, and the first thing you do is you maintain the structural proposal of your organization instead of trying something else out, right?
Well, that's it, and I think that's partly that the advantage that capital has got over its opponents is that the opponents exist in a Fordist mentality, whereas capitalism exists in post-Fordism. So particularly with university labour, we're desperately trying to protect something which is gone, which is the Fordist conditions of security, etc. for academic work. Those conditions have gone; they'll never come back. And the more that we try and protect them, the weaker our position will be. Exactly, we need to think ahead, not for how we can restore things. And that is to do with, I think that Berardi and the Italian autonomists and Negri, they're right. It's about precariousness. Precariousness was originally a good thing. The people said, it's good to be precarious in the 70s. Why? Because you could drop out of work for months, go fuck you, I'm not working until you can and drop back in again. Now that precariousness has been reversed. But look, I don't want to go back to a stable job actually in that way. But what we want is conditions where things are on the side of the precarious worker rather than everything's, exploiting the precarious worker, which is the situation now, because part of that dimension of what you're describing is the way in which workers with quasi-Fordist conditions are set against precarious workers. That happens in these institutions all the time. Well, in a sense that you get, well, look, what's the threat over the Fordist workers? It is that, oh, well, look, if you don't work, you'll be precarious. If you don't comply, you'll be precarious like this lot. And what's the hold over the precarious workers? If you work here for 15 years in these really bad conditions, maybe you'll be able to aspire to become like one of these older kind of fossilized Fordists. And that instead of, while that dynamic's in place, it's kind of hopeless, I think. Instead of like, okay, what do we do? How do we all become precarious in a way that is advantageous to us and not to capital? It's words like flexibility. They were our words first, and they were stolen by them. Like of course we want to be flexible. We want to be, but on our terms, not yours. And this is what the struggle has to be about, doesn't it? Not reconstituting those things which we wanted to escape from in the first place. And as I say, it's the question of what did we want when we wanted to escape? If it wasn't this.
I think this activist sense of on maybe, and then what did that do for anyone else in the entire rest of the world who were, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes. And I also think the tendency towards, you can see there's a lot of things in the UK at the moment, tendency towards fighting the police or whatever, which is, or getting in a situation where this is the case. I mean, that's also equally ineffective, I think. Okay, the police aren't the enemy; they're just the servants of the enemy, which is different. So if you don't go to the enemy, don't go to the servants of the enemy, go to the actual enemy itself, and see what we can you can do about that. You know what I mean? If you're ending up in scuffles with the servants of the enemy's pretty happy about that. In lots of ways.
I've been thinking about what you said about history and its potential to begin.
Yeah.
Or to start.
Yeah.
And how this might relate to lack of or consistency of escapism and nostalgia.
Okay.
Where we started out.
Yeah.
Because it's a little bit sad when you think about it. 1985 by George Orwell. It's long. It's quite some time now.
Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
He wrote it in 58, wasn't it like that? The reverse.
84. 84. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. 48.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Maybe that's the one I wrote. But no. And then you have 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
Sad. And these kinds. So and then you have Fukuyama, which is a different kind of.
Yes, but I think that
science fiction, where he claims that this is Hegel's absolute.
We all believe him, though, don't we? The point is that at some level, we all believe Fukuyama is right. We all believe that there's that tendency of history is towards capitalism, and that once we've got into this mess or this state, we can't really get out of it again. I mean, I'm not saying we believe it at every level, but at the level of a certain, kind of political unconscious, we believe it. And but Vanessa, if we start off from that, we've got to start off from the fact accepting that is what we do believe, and then all this whole matrix of measures that we talked about, or steps that we need to be undertaken from here.
You may be interested in the problem of history, since you set out speaking about nostalgia being devoid of its original content, replayed somehow, or reenacted.
Yeah.
And I mean, I brought up Fukuyama because the book you wrote echoes.
Yes.
From a different perspective.
It does, yeah.
That very claim.
It does,
that
yeah.
This is the end of history because its entropy is here.
Yes.
So that's why I also got. I had to think twice when you reinstated the concept of history, saying that now it could start, or is it restarting, or?
Yes, well, I mean, I don't accept the situation as described in the book, really. I mean, I just think that there's a kind of like, it isn't a step, though, that acknowledging that that's how we do think, or that's how things have been made to appear. Isn't that a step towards actually getting out of it? I mean, that.
Speaking of science fiction as a means of speculating a possible utopia, I think is quite common that you situate a possible utopia somewhere in history, whether it's a science fiction, I mean a utopia, futurist utopia, or it might be one, you know, like we had this joke with a friend the other day that when we were kids we were playing as it were in the old days.
Yes.
The game where you meet and you say, let's pretend we were in before.
Yeah.
And that this is also a utopia, because you have to speculate. So.
But I think we also need to, conversely, to, and this is partly what I was trying to do with some of what we're saying today, is to dystopianize our own time. That's what I mean about this. How, have we really thought how bad it is, this thing about intentional deficit? Just think about it, everything you do now, everything you do is tyrannized by this digital twitch. Like everything, you can't, you can't settle to anything. We're all like junkies at some level. Like it's really, this is not, dystopianizing the present is also a backdoor route to the utopia as well, I think. Do you know what I mean? I think that's part, I guess I'm better at dystopianizing, I think, than about utopia.
Maybe we should dystopianize tomorrow.
Okay.
And
well,
we have been spending now 3.5 good hours with each other.
Well, well, thanks for staying this long. I'm very impressed that you can put up with this for this long, and especially in this heat as well. So, well, thanks everybody, and it's been a really good discussion from my point of view, anyway.
So we start at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and we meet in the cafe and continue into a deep dystopia.
What time did you say?
10 o'clock. Is it a morning session tomorrow?
That's not, I mean, I have to get. Okay, so that's a track of the Dark Star album called North, which came out last year. The significance of that record that is partly to do with its context. It came out on a hyperdub label, which is largely but not exclusively associated with dubstep, and it really comes out of this trajectory that I was talking about yesterday, starting off with rave, going through jungle, drum and bass, garage, and I think this track then, and the whole sound of it, and the whole album, North, is quite symptomatic for a number of reasons. One of which is just the level of sort of introversion and melancholy that is palpable in that track and the whole sound of it. By comparison with the collective euphoria that was at the start of that trajectory. So from being a music that was about certain experience of collectivity, it becomes a music about isolation, a particular quality of melancholy, which I started to point to yesterday, some of the causes of that melancholy, and kind of digital melancholy. And that's what I really want to explore today, partly, is the form of that digital melancholy, particularly in relation to this, what I see as this crisis of space-time brought about by communicative capitalism, you could say. So the first thing, to know about that music then is the sadness, the introversion, the fact that it's really about an individual in a way that the music that inspired it was really not. The second thing to note about it is the strange atemporality of the sound. Now, although that came out in 2010, there's nothing very much marking it out as coming from 2010. There's certain glitches or effects on the vocal, digital effects, that you wouldn't expect to have found on a record coming out in 1990, but that if you'd have heard something like that, wouldn't have caused you a great shock. I think part of the temporal dimension of the crisis I'm talking about is this issue of, atemporality, the question of just perform this test in your mind. If you could imagine something being played on the radio in a particular year from the past that has come out now, would it have caused a shock or not? And I think increasingly we can imagine going further and further back in time with music that is now presented to us as contemporary and imagining it not causing a shock. So I think if that, can we imagine that record played in as far back as 1980 even, and people being shocked, or even surprised or perturbed? I don't think so even. I think we can imagine that record coming on the radio in 1980 and people thinking it was, some group inspired by New Order or something like that. That's quite odd, and I think we take this for granted now. Think how long ago 1980 is. 1980 is a bit. I have to remind myself, 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, and just think about the difference between 1950 and 1980. If you took, let's say, a New Order record from 1980 and took it back to 1950 and put that on the radio, there would be a lot of, disjuncture there. People would be surprised at what they were hearing. The whole span. Think of the whole span: 1950 pre-rock and roll to 1980 post-punk, disco, post-disco by that point. Not everything that was in between that. Vast changes in music and culture. The 30 years subsequent, we're in a situation where, a group who, are coming out of the, can issue a record on, one of the leading, sort of popular experimental labels in the UK, and we can conceive of that record having come out 30 years ago. I'm not saying it actually could have done, but the point is that it's possible to perform that thought experiment, isn't it? Where someone did hear it and thought, okay. Now, this is not criticism of Darkstar or criticism of anything, really. It's just to point to the strange and involuted and sort of enfolded temporality in which we now live. The increasingly flattened out nature of sort of cultural time. Second slide, yes. Right, okay, we've moved forward, right. Okay, so anyone recognise this? Do you know what film this is from?
Is it Dawn of the Dead?
Oh, God, interesting. No, it's that's no, that's really good though. It's from The Terminal. Have you seen this film with? It's on British TV like every week. It seems to be on every week, and I sort of see it halfway through, and I don't think I've ever seen the whole thing, but I keep watching it. I don't know why. And then, I didn't know why, and then I realised the message it was trying to send me. Okay, this film is really quite a little-known Spielberg film with Tom Hanks in possibly his most annoying film ever, an annoying role ever. And that's saying something, given it's Tom Hanks, right? But where he plays this, he plays someone who comes from, I think it's a fictional East European country. But while he's flying over to the US, there's some civil war in his country, and that country ceases to exist, so he becomes a stateless citizen. So that when he arrives in the JFK, he's not allowed to leave the airport. And so he has to stay in the airport for weeks, and I don't know if it's months, a long time anyway. And it's apparently it's based on a real case, actually. And, okay, so what message is this trying to send me? Okay, well, what is the fantasy here? Well, remember that Baudrillard said the point of Disneyland was to establish that it was a real America that was beyond, that was beyond Disneyland, that could be differentiated from Disneyland. Well, isn't the point of the terminal to establish that there is a real America beyond the airport that will be different from being in the airport itself? That when you leave, that when he, when the Tom Hanks character gets to leave the airport, there'll be something vastly different from this array of shops and chain stores and all of that he can go into. That is not true. But actually, what is interesting, having just been to JFK recently for the first time, is the way that this airport bears no relation to JFK, and that's not a very good image of it actually. But if you see the film is full of sort of franchise, retail, multinationals, all of that. JFK is actually pretty modest. The amount of the amount of shops that are there. Yeah. It's really, particularly if you've come from like Heathrow, where Terminal 5, which where you're like immersed in global shopping mall, and to go to the US, and it is somewhat Sovietized. It feels like that. They just learn about we can have shops at airports, but so they constructed this simulated, hyper commodified, hyper commercialized JFK for this film, and here's perhaps one other dimension of capitalist realism. Capitalist realism, when I coined the term, I didn't actually coin it. I mean, the way I used it is kind of specific, I suppose, to a series of interests of mine, but actually other people had used it before, notably a group of German pop artists in the 60s who really who used it as an echo, which I also intended, of socialist realism. Socialist realism, as what brought in under Stalin to replace the early efflorescence of modernism after the 1917 revolution, to bring back sort of familiar images, familiar and familial propagandistic images, the family together, all muscle bound and all of that, and with plows and machinery. So part of my notion of capitalist realism was, we clearly live in the midst of that, but it's PR and advertising, which are our equivalent of that. And of course, if one is to realistically represent what it's like to live in capitalism, then you have to have lots of brands everywhere, lots of product placement, and the level of product placement in the terminal is massive. Every scene has got him in some retail outlet or holding some, debris from some franchise multinational in his hands.
You have to take a job in the airport to be able to buy a Hugo Boss.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Yes. Okay, now, so why am I talking about this now? Well, what I'm increasingly interested in is the parallels really between what I was first talking about, which is this sense of, to use the term that Bruce Sterling, the former cyberpunk author, has started to circulate, atemporality. What is the relationship between that sense of atemporality and space? Airports were a classic example of what the French theorist Marc Auger has called a non-place. In his book Non-Places, he makes an opposition between this kind okay. So I can already sense in myself this. Good, oh, well done. this tone of conservatism that's, or this danger of conservatism, because whenever we critique these things, this is the advantage again that sort of techno-capital has, because it occupies the latest point in history by definition. Any critique of it can seem to be coming from a past, some prelapsarian past. Oh, wasn't it great when we only had rubbishy VHS and kids played in the parks and all, this kind of thing. But this is the problem. This is the problem that we need to be able to critique this from a future which didn't arrive or is yet to come, not from a past. Which in lots of ways we're glad to see the back of. And this is the kind of task, I think, is to articulate this or bring into existence this other kind of future. And I think this is to do with time, getting time back. Because there's a kind of paradox about how we think about utopias, I think. In lots of ways, now we can say, what is dystopia of now is that we have no time. We're endlessly being chivied, harassed, pushed. We feel that there's too many things for us to do. We don't have time to respond to them. Okay, so we have no time. Yet, one of the ways we think about utopia is as a sort of timeless space, I suppose. But that's, but can't we think of utopia as the space where we would have time? In lots of ways. Time which we certainly do not have now. Because what's interesting, isn't it, is about this, we're busy but we're not productive, you could say. Isn't that the essence of late capitalism in there? That the amount of effort that goes into really, as Ivor Southwood, in the title of Ivor Southwood's recent book, an excellent book I would recommend actually, if you like Capitalist Realism, and his book Non-Stop Inertia. This captures the quality of life in late capitalism very effectively, I think, that this phrase non-stop inertia. Because we can say that things have sped up, things are speeding up, but speed implies direction. Actually, that what we've got is a point of speed of digital communication where it's flipped. Where things are so fast that they're going nowhere, actually, and that can't even talk about it as fast anymore. This isn't speed if there's no direction to anything. If everything's being held up in this inertial glut at all times, this is no longer a question of speed. Actually, things have massively slowed down. And actually, Simon Reynolds, in the end of his book, Retromania, makes a kind of killer observation, I think, which is that okay, what has happened recently is the speed of everyday life has gone up, you could say. That, that rather than periods of langueur and boredom that would have been the case in the sort of pre-digital communication era, now everyday life is this hyped up, sped up kind of, sped up, as I say, to the point of inertia, kind of phenomenological zone. But culture has slowed down, and I think there's a relation between those two things, actually. Actually, culture we might conjecture, cultural developments, changes require a certain level of stillness, I think, that it's and concentration or attentional focus that is very difficult for us to master now. It's very difficult for us to. How do we enjoy things now, even? Well, even when we're enjoying them, we're not really, because we're probably trying to record them or have got a phone there. So that Just make sure that the archive can enjoy it even if we don't at the time. And the very fact we're recording it means that we know we can't enjoy it. I'm not sure if it's in, I forget which book it was in I read recently, Sontag's quote that travelling becomes a way of accumulating photographs. And in the same way we could say the whole of life becomes a way of accumulating pictures for Facebook, doesn't it? Oh, we'll put this on Facebook later. Well, right. But why not actually enjoy it? So I think part of what's at stake is how we can avoid conservative moralism here is an argument about enjoyment, actually. That these, rather than delivering enjoyment, we can say that a lot of these digital communicative practices inhibit it. They offer, as it were, pleasure rather than enjoyment as classic kind of Lacanian or psychoanalytic distinction. In that, because it's too quick, because actually because it provides us with something which gives us an immediate hit. Actually, the hit itself is never that intense. That it's actually the drive. The drive to click is always more intense than what we click on, you can say. I'll tell you this little anecdote, it's absolutely true. A few weeks ago, I was in a situation where it was socially unacceptable for me to check my phone. Okay, so of course, what do I do? But my hands are twitching, It's twitching, like, I've got to know. Has a message come in? I've got to know. Well, I don't even have to know it. But I put the phone under the table and have the satisfaction of clicking on the phone. I can't even see the phone. I can't see it, but at least I know that it has been checked. It has been checked, even though I haven't checked it myself. And this is the reversal, I think, that Sherry Turkle points up to in her book, Alone Together, where it's not that we're doing our email, it's our email is doing us in lots of ways. That we've become the servo mechanism of the turnover of communicative capitalism. And like I was saying to you yesterday, how important was communication to you 15 years ago? It just wasn't that big a part of your life. You really didn't care about letters that much of stuff. That's whereas now you think we have to know. And as I say, this is surely all done this. Something which you're enjoying more, which may often for me, I'll be enjoying writing, I'll be enjoying reading, but I still feel that pull to interrupt that enjoyment by the duty, the kind of duty stroke pleasure of checking my messages or my email, which of course is always a crushing disappointment, no matter what they are. Because nothing's ever enough and you want to click again almost immediately. Actually, probably one of the best messages I ever got was the one from Martin, recently, because it's a nice fee and, it's nice to come over here or whatever. But, it doesn't get better than that. And if I'd have waited a few hours, the offer would still probably been there, But, I think Morley describes an advance of actually happening, this cruising through the I-time, or I space-time, my space-time, and a kind of the forms of pleasure that are available there, but also the desolation of that pleasure, I think. A desolation which comes out very powerfully in, well, that was less dramatic than it should have been, in this. Do you recognise it? Yeah, is the this to me is the ruination of Paul Morley's city. This is an Inception. Inception, which is for me a major symptomatic film, I think, of recent times. Why? Well, this is a film, surrealism, or rather the unconscious without surrealism. Frederick Jameson talks about postmodernism as surrealism without the unconscious. Now we have this further phase of the unconscious without surrealism. The most depressing, surely, the scenes of limbo in Inception, and the love scenes, some of the most depressing scenes in cinema history, right? Oh, this wonderful, it's like a love scene as PowerPoint, isn't it? You know, oh look, here's the house where we first lived. Let's put it next to some other houses where we lived. The utter miserable existential desolation of those empty arcades where they walk together. It's 50 years down there. No wonder you went mad. You know, like you know that. It's as if what was interesting about Inception, fascinating about it, in fact, for me, is the sense that however deep you go, it's still a non-space. Okay, so you start off in hotels, homogeneous hotels. You know, you go down a level. You're in sort of like anonymous streets, which could be any city in the world. You know, you go down further. We're into this kind of empty retail plaza. That's what's imaged. That's the best they can come up with as an image of of happiness now. You know, this utterly depressing. I think that. But it seems to me that part of it's taken as this imagery of Inception and why it is symptomatic. It is like the dilapidated form of the iTunes or iPod city. Actually, that's what we're looking at here. An unconscious which has been superseded, replaced, displaced by this connected consumer non-spatiality or non-space-time, falling into decay and dilapidation. I think in lots of ways we can see that the early part of the 21st century is bookended by two of Nolan's films, by Inception at the end and by Memento at the beginning. Because what is at stake here? Problems of memory, I think. Problems of memory are kind of crucial. Well, I'll come back to that shortly when I talk about the caretaker. But I think part of the reason that there's this debate that's deliberately cultivated by Nolan, who is a master of generating communicative capitalism around his films, right? Like a master of getting people like me to add to the hype of his films by discussing them, But that he is. The key debate about it, which sort of ontologically is pretty banal. Like, oh, is it a dream or not? The oldest, hokiest kind of, ontological gambit you can have in fiction, really. But okay, why has this got a particular force at this time? It's because of that sense that the inescapability of the non-place. I think wherever we are in the film, it has that prefabricated homogeneity about it. Everything feels as if it is a genre construct, including, of course, Dom Cobb's grief itself, which feels just as unconvincing as any of the other things at the apparently embedded level of the fictions. There's a deep sadness in Inception. Inception is a mordant film, but that sadness is never at the level of the film itself. It's like what is the film about? It's like as if the unconscious itself, as I say, has been removed. There's been this excision, this operation, this traumatic operation of the removal of the unconscious, and then it's as if we and the characters in Inception are circulating in this space where we've lost something very profound, but we don't know what it is, and we just have to keep struggling round and round endlessly in these charmless spaces, looking for the thing which we've lost and which we can never find anymore. That's the deep sadness of Inception, I think. And also, I think in terms of the non-space time thing, when is Inception set? If you look at the technology, it's very low tech, right? You don't see it. I don't think you really see a computer in it. It's very interesting. I think that's why it's a parable of the digital, because there's no digital in it. It's a world entirely inside the digital, but that doesn't represent the digital as such, I think. Okay, now back to Hauntology. This is a different sense of time crisis here. this is a still from a BBC television play, which is an adaptation of the short story by M.R. James, the British horror writer. Well, I say horror. It's stories belong to a very sort of specific genre on the edge of the weird, really. This is from a story called "Oh Whistle, I'll Come to You." "Oh Whistle, and I'll Come to You, my lad," which is a quote from a poem, I think. I forget who the poet is, but this was made in 1968 by Jonathan Miller, who had recently made probably one of the best adaptations of Alice in Wonderland, sort of a year or so before that. So what happens in "Oh Whistle, and I'll Come to You" is this antiquarian scholar, probably closely based on James himself, who was an Oxford antiquarian himself, travels up to the east coast of England, where I live now, and in fact to the town where I live now, the very town where the container ports are at the moment, and he discovers this ancient whistle. He digs it up in the ground, this ancient whistle. He's a sort of bluff, logical positivist type person, dismisses the belief in the supernatural, etc. We all know what happens to people in films, etc. Or stories who dismiss belief in the supernatural. Of course, he blows the whistle, and then he is afflicted by these traumatic events, which seem to be of a supernatural origin. What's interesting about this in this context for me is that we get a sense here of the not anthropological place or the non-place of Auger, but of a hauntological place, where a particular place is stained with time in a particular way. I mean, what is haunt? The verb haunt in English carries this double sense, I think, of both of spectrality and of a particular place. You can use the phrase "my old haunts," meaning places that I used to go to. Here we come to one of the key phrases in Derrida's conception of hauntology, as outlined in Spectres of Marx, which is the phrase which he takes from Hamlet: "The time is out of joint." Time is broken, it can't be made to fit together again. But hauntological time is different to the non-time that I've been pointing to. The non-time is characterized by a kind of flattening out. Ontological time, I think, is more characterized by trauma, by a wound and an absence. And that's why I think something like Inception is on the boundaries of the two, actually. But beyond the non-time, is an unspoken hauntology, actually. A wound, a trauma, which it can't face, and which the loss of his wife in the film codes for this other trauma, which we don't see, and which the whole of the film depends upon this absence, I think. Hauntology, particularly as it's come to the fore in the last few years in relation to music, is about mourning. Of course, in Derrida's writing Spectres of Marx, fairly soon after the Berlin Wall came down, and he's engaging with something which we talked about yesterday, Francis Fukuyama's thesis that we've reached the end of history, that everything has come to an end. For Fukuyama, in an ambivalently good way. I say ambivalently good because Fukuyama thinks, like Hegel, that history has a direction and a point of termination. And for Fukuyama, unlike for Marx, this will be the end of history is liberal democracy and capitalism. But I say ambivalent. Fukuyama is ambivalent about it because the title of his book is The End of History and the Last Man. The Last Man, a concept from Nietzsche. The Last Man is, in a way, the obverse figure to the Superman, the Übermensch. That, so whilst the Superman, the Overman can affirm the contingency of being, can affirm the meaninglessness of life and impose its own meaning on it, the Last Man is unable to do that. The Last Man, for Nietzsche, engages in what he calls cosmopolitan fingering. Fantastic phrase. What does that mean? Well, it means that all of history is available for the Last Man to look at and sort of finger and push and put down again. Whilst for the Overman, the Übermensch, the disintegration of all previous beliefs is the precondition for this new kind of this production of belief and value coming from the Übermensch himself, and it usually is, and for Nietzsche, of course, it is a man. The Last Man can't believe in that anymore. Some of Nietzsche's earliest work, and some of his best work really, is about the dangers of history. He argues that actually the great civilizations of the world were those which were productively ignorant. That like the Greeks or the Romans had very little sense of what had come before them, and it's not that they couldn't find out; they just didn't care either, because they thought they were at the center of things. Whereas Nietzsche thinks that Germany of the 19th century was increasingly hidebound by history. History. If you know too much history, it produces nihilism. That's the claim of Nietzsche. Why? Because you become too aware of things. You become like a depressive. You just think, oh look, yeah, there was a great civilization there, did great stuff. Look, there's pyramids and all that. Yeah, that fell into decadence and collapse. There's the mighty Roman Empire. Yeah, collapsed eventually, lasted a few hundred years, maybe. Nothing lasts forever. What's the point? Let's put another DVD on. This is the kind of Nietzsche, I think, very acutely grasps our subjectivity in lots of ways, or our subjectivity into the subjectivity of late capitalism. I think he grasps it very early on what that will be like. When belief is stripped away and we kind of have multi-channel access to everything. So that we're in this spectatorial mode. We have this kind of ironic detachment from things because we're too aware. We're too aware to actually commit ourselves to a belief in anything. We step back. That's another dimension of this atemporality. We are not in ourselves in history. We look back upon history as a series of entertainments for ourselves. Entertainments which sort of reassure us that there's really no point getting up off the sofa. Everything collapses in the end. And this figure of the Last Man then, of the individual who can no longer believe, who's kind of bored, resigned, and cynical, is what haunts Fukuyama's achieved utopia, utopia end of history. That's why he thought that the dangers to capitalist, the inevitable capitalist terminal beach of history would not come from Marxism, he thought, but from the Nietzschean direction. He thought that a capitalism, why is capitalism at the end of history, as it were? Why is it? Because it's almost the same argument as Deleuze and Guattari, but in a different direction. Because capitalism depends upon this radical decoding of all previous belief systems. Because capitalism, that is to say, is inherently desacralizing. So it replaces religious fervor with this kind of last man disenchantment. And that thing of the last man, since they don't really believe in anything that fervently, they're not, to use Alberto Toscano's word, fanatics. I think Alberto discusses Fukuyama's book in his book, Recent Book Fanaticism, for good reason. That because then, the last man is by definition not a fanatic. He's the opposite of a fanatic. He's someone who, in some ways, looks jealously upon fanatics, because they can believe, they have the possibility for belief where he doesn't have that possibility. He knows too much, or he thinks he knows too much. As Nietzsche says that, this is the danger of knowledge in lots of ways. Once you have it, you can't get rid of it. And this is what Fukuyama thought, that this level of disaffection, discontent, and not being satisfied with this kind of existential aloofness, that was where the danger to capitalism would come from. Okay, but Derrida was engaging with this question of the end of history, the triumph of capitalism, and this notion of the death of communism, which he talks about. But one of the questions he poses is, well, can we really say that communism had arrived? Would we really want to make that claim that the Soviet system was communism? Well, almost nobody would really think that was an achieved communism. So we're talking about the death of something which had not actually happened yet, which is strange. And so what rather than mourning the disappearance of what was then actually existing socialism, what Derrida opens up to us is the possibility of mourning for the future which didn't arrive. The communist horizon itself, you could say, to use the title of a forthcoming book by Jody Dean.
Should we take
okay, yes, a good point to take a break, actually. Yeah.
Excellent. So, cigarette, tea, and then
I know someone switched their thing down to, is it that one? How do I get the sound back up?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to start again with another piece of music to set the tone. a track called Emptiness, which is by the artist James Kirby, going under the name of The Caretaker. The Caretaker is basically a conceptual project, I think, by Kirby, which started up from a simple conceit, which was, what if you produced a whole album's worth of material, such as you might have heard in the Overlook Hotel in The Shining? Okay, so in The Shining, Kubrick's film from 1979, 80, I think it's probably made and finished in 79, released in 80, I think. You know, we hear some music. Some of the most powerful scenes in the film are feature music. They in fact feature the pre-war South African crooner Al Bowley, who came to fame in the Lyceum Ballroom, particularly in London, and whose songs also featured in the television plays of famously of Dennis Potter, the Singing Detective, and Pennies from Heaven. And so Kirby's idea was, okay, that stuff is kind of compellingly spectral. Why don't we just produce a whole album of stuff like that? So what he got was lots of pop music from the 30s and 40s and subjected it to various processes of kind of artificial decay, you might say. I mean, in addition to the actual decay, which is also undergone, and it was come off vinyl records, then you know, subject to massive levels of reverb or echo, etc. And okay, so from something which seems in a way a semi-humorous conceit, I think Kirby's intervention becomes a kind of major work of kind of sonic art diagnostics, actually. That, you know, if Kirby had done this under the aegis of sound art rather than of music, he'd probably be a lot better known and a lot wealthier than he is today. And if only much sound art was as interesting as the Caretaker project turned out to be. That I think it's a major work, becomes a major work of diagnostics. Okay, so it starts off as this work of kind of veiling and nostalgia, and you could say that veiling is inherent to nostalgia. That you know, that the passage of time, the ellipses in memory that such a passage inevitably produces, is the precondition for nostalgia. Things which were in the background of our attention at the time suddenly come to the foreground. They are often the things which will trigger this reversion into the past. And this ache, the jouissance of nostalgia, which is to do with an enjoyment of ache, an enjoyment of pain, algia, pain. And nostos, which originally was to do with place, not time, actually. So again, we've got this notion of place-time being tied up.
Home, actually.
Yes, home. Yeah, home, which is even more ambivalent about in respect of time and place, because home, I think, also connotes a time as well as a place. So it starts off as a kind of interrogation, investigation of nostalgia, and one of the material traces of this is the sound of vinyl crackle itself. Vinyl crackle itself becomes a feature of lots of the music that got classified as hauntological in the last decade, and interestingly, the musicians who started to foreground this vinyl crackle didn't influence each other. Okay, so we had this James Kirby project. We had Barry Roy played yesterday, you know, play again today, shortly. We have people like William Basinski, whose work, the disintegration loops, is really incredible work of symptom and diagnosis. If you don't know this work, it's Brzezinski was transferring off old analog tapes onto digital, his tape experiments that he made in the early 80s. What happened when he tried to transfer some of them is that the tape actually disintegrated in the act of the transfer. And so what you can hear on the disintegration loops is the literal disintegration of the analog medium. You know, a major moment, I think, of you know, what we can hear is that, you know, this shift into a medium where there is apparently no loss. Of course, there is loss in digital, but with this promise of complete capture and replicability. The shift into digital, when we lose nothing or seem to lose nothing. In fact, we did lose a lot, especially if we listen on MP3s. I mean, you know, what we lose is exactly the dimension of the unheard but the felt, and in particular, you know, sub bass, and the whole dimension of sub sound, which you would definitely feel if you go out to a club to hear music played in a collective environment. And that's a lot of the appeal of dubstep, I think, as in many ways a very limited form of music, but has an appeal because if you go there, the physical force of the sub bass, the enveloping quality of the sub bass, is something which you simply can have no equivalent of listening on headphones at all, because it's a whole body experience, not something just confined to the ears. But come back to this question of the shift from analog to digital, so that with the promise of infinite replicability. I mean, with digital, we're no longer in the realm of the copy at all. There's no such thing as a digital copy, really, because what is a digital file is a series of ones and zeros, and each iteration of that file is the same. You know, it's the same series of ones and zeros. It's not a copy. With analog copies, there's always the question of degradation. In a way, you could argue that degradation is the mark of a copy, actually, in a way. And with digital, we have replication or propagation without copies, actually. I can't really call it copies anymore. But so a number of these artists, as I say, come together by confluence, not influence. And we start to hear in their work the emergence of this vinyl crackle. What does the vinyl crackle signify? Or what it more than signifies, it expresses this time out of joint. Well, because we no longer have the illusion of presence when we're confronted with this sound, because we know that what we're hearing is the mediation, the material mediation, which allows us to hear it, is being foregrounded here. And in some ways, the sound of crackle is a bit like soft focus in film. It signifies another time, a time beyond the present in which we're actually listening. And because there's no accident that this is related to The Shining. The Shining, which is in Stephen King's novel, which I think is one of the best horror novels, really, of the 20th century, actually. That King sort of outdoes himself with The Shining and can really never repeat what he achieved with The Shining ever again, I think. At King's novel, he says, the corridors of the Overlook Hotel extend in time as well as space. And this is the Overlook Hotel really is, as filmed by Kubrick, is on the cusp between a non-place and a hauntological place, you could say. When we first see Jack Torrance enter into the hotel, he's interviewed by this typical kind of Kubrick non-person, you know, the manager of the hotel. And it's this kind of interface between the way hotels are now, transnational hotels, the way they're managed, the anonymous homogeneity of hotels, and this sense of specificity about the Overlook Hotel. With its, and what is the Overlook Hotel was Frederick Jameson argues in his essay on The Shining, which you can find online, Historicism in The Shining, it's very good. what is the Overlook Hotel? It's in lots of ways it's American history itself. American history itself, which is based on an erasure, because in the film, not in the book, the hotel is famously on an Indian burial ground, like the whole of American history itself, you could say, built on an Indian burial ground. And okay, so I think The Shining is a very significant film because of the moment that it emerged. Yesterday, as I was saying, a shift from social democracy to neoliberalism, from Fordism to post-Fordism happens at the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s. It's precisely the point when The Shining comes out. And Jack Torrance in The Shining is like the last man in many ways. He stumbles through history, dressed in his lumberjacket, and his jeans. This is a man who's enticed and drawn back into the fantasies of opulence particularly of the 20s and 30s. But he's also a man who is out of time, who doesn't belong anywhere. Which is to say that he only belongs in the Overlook Hotel. And this scene, one of the most powerful scenes in the film, where Jack confronts Delbert Grady, the butler, who at some level he knows also has, in the recent past of the hotel, killed his own children. Yet Grady now appears to be a butler in what seems to be the 20s or the 30s. And this, in playing in the background as this is going on, is Al Bowley's track, It's All Forgotten Now. And Kubrick's musical placement of music in films is always extremely thought about. It's all forgotten now, with this, a hauntological anthem in many ways. As this is playing, then Delbert Grady says to Jack, you are the caretaker, you've always been the caretaker. Part of the horror of The Shining is this sense of fatality, that Jack, like Oedipus, was always destined for a horrible fate, which he was never going to be able to escape. And in a way, this is the horror of patriarchy itself, where the father is always in the role of the caretaker. The father, what is the caretaker? Is someone who takes on the job for the management that you never see in a film. And there's a point earlier on where Jack confronts the barman. The barman, incidentally, is played by the same person who plays Tyrell in Blade Runner. Surely two of the biggest bit parts in the history of cinema, actually. I've never seen him anything else, that guy. But in that earlier scene, Jack says, the barman says, okay, your money's worth nothing here, Jack. Mr. Torrance, actually. And he says, I like to know who's paying for my drinks, but he never finds out. You never see who the management is, the management of the Overlook Hotel. The management is some hideous amalgam of patriarchy and capitalism itself, which requires its fathers to be homicidal, to kill their own children. And of course, for Freud in Moses and monotheism, this is the fundamental task of the father, is not to actually kill the child, but to mortify the child. That what happens in Moses and monotheism is that, according to Freud, there's a traumatic. The founding event of human history itself, of civilization, is when a band of the band of kind of subordinate proto-apes, or sort of proto-human apes, gang up together and kill the alpha male, the alpha male sort of father of the society. They kill that father, and why? Because the father has, is dominating them and has exclusive control over the females, exclusive access to the females, and so the brothers think, well, okay, if we kill the father, we will have the access to enjoyment that the father now has. But of course, it doesn't work out like that. When the sons rebel, kill the father, and eat him, according to Freud, what happens is that instead of now achieving this access to total enjoyment, instead they're overcome by feelings of melancholy, remorse, and rather than having got rid of the father, from being a contingent physical being becomes an infinite presence as a spectre. Now, the internalized voice of the father is unanswerable and makes demands which are infinite. And of course, Freud's point partly being that the role of the father, in his own day, particularly, the role of the father was always a fantasy role and a symbolic role, because people you couldn't confirm who the father was. There was no pre-genetics. There was no way of absolutely proving who the father was. I mean, you could with blood tests you could disprove who certain fathers were, but you couldn't absolutely prove it. So Freud's point being that of course the father, even if you happen to be the biological father, actually your role as father was always a symbolic role. And I think that The Shining is about this hauntological dimension of fatherhood, I think, partly. And what it is to be the caretaker, to be in this role of passing on mortification, as it were. Where you are not in charge yourself, you're never in charge, you are simply, as it were, in lieu of something else, a lieutenant, a tenant who is merely passing through. Oh, sorry, wrong way. Okay, I'm going to play you another track now. Okay, that's also a track by The Caretaker. This is from his 6 CD set, Theoretically Pure Anterograde Amnesia, which came out, I think, sort of around about 2005-06 time. Okay, so we can hear there the development of the project, what theoretically pure anterograde amnesia is the thing that Lenny suffers from in Memento, which is the complete opposite of what we ordinarily think about amnesia, i.e. the whole past is wiped out. As we remember from Lenny, what Lenny suffers from is that he can remember his past up to a certain point. What he cannot do is make new memories. He can't hold any new memories, so he's locked in this perpetual present with only which is disconnected from a past. Back in time. And what the caretaker tried to do on this 6 CD set is simulate this condition. So as you can see, that whilst in the first track you can still hear the song, albeit buried beneath this beneath the levels of distortion, echo, and reverb. On Theoretically Pure Anterograde Amnesia, it's the reverse. So what you can hear is the distortion and the echo and the reverb, but you've got very little sense of the original tracks. There's about 60 tracks. All of them are numbered, and what it does when you listen to it does simulate the condition in you as a listener, and that you can't remember what you've heard. There's not enough, sort of as it were, sonic landmarks for you to remember if this is the track you've heard before or not. You get these occasional flarings of recognition where you think there's a trace of a song that you've heard before, but you can't be sure about it. So it's as if we ourselves, and we're listening, are suffering from this condition. But I think that it's not as if we're suffering from that condition. In lots of ways we are suffering from that condition. And this is what I mean by the caretaker's work of diagnosis, that in lots of ways, rather than suffering from nostalgia, what we suffer from is theoretically pure anterograde amnesia. In a sense that there's a cultural history which is intact, going up to whatever time, the year 2000. And after that point, we can't make new memories, so we rely on the old forms in order to navigate round in an environment which is kind of forbiddingly lacking in any temporal markers, you can say. And in a way, this is a way of restating the problem that Frederick Jameson had broached in his work on postmodernism when he argued that there's a crisis of the present that he started to see in the 80s. Modernism had been about trying to grasp the present. They realised that you couldn't grasp the present in terms of 19th century realism, that you need some kind of cubistic strategy in order to represent the unrepresentable in lots of ways. Jameson arguing that things have been aggravated since the grand period of modernism. That with the introduction of, if modernism is about the city in lots of ways, and early forms of mass media such as film and newspapers, then by the time that Jameson's writing with video, the emergence of video, MTV, which everyone used to think about as the classic exemplum of a new kind of culture at that time. Then the issue is more about a kind of media time, than it is about a kind of urban time. But of course, 20 years after Jameson's writing, things have become accelerated, as they said, to the point of inertia. And the space of communicative capitalism, as I've tried to indicate earlier on, makes our ability to navigate ourselves, to locate ourselves in time, much more difficult than it ever was previously. So I think this is an interesting way of thinking about things. Rather than thinking about nostalgia, thinking about memory disorders. That what we're confronted with is stuff that, although it's old, we don't think of it as old anymore. It's contemporary to us, like demented people. If we confront people who are demented, they'll often think that they're still living in 1964 or whatever. In a way, we still are living in 1980, but we think we're not, in some ways, culturally speaking. It's like a form of widespread dementia, which we take for granted, actually. I've juxtaposed that, playing that Caretaker track with the title of the recent album by Echoplex, an artist based in Bristol, called Memorex, a brilliant title. Memorex, was a cassette manufacturer. As Momorex. But of course, by spelling it like this, he forms a kind of conceptual pun based on the wreckage of memory, the destruction of memory, together with this notion of something which preserved memory, which was the cassette form, and actually got issued on 2 cassettes, the Echoplex records. So I think this is another way of getting to the digital pathologies that we're we're encountering. If we don't have a sense of the present, then that is also a problem of memory. It's a problem of narrative. That, you know, if we don't know what the present is, then we can't distinguish a memory from what is actually what we're actually experiencing at the time. And I think that's why part of the significance of something like Inception, you know, which is it's a non-space and a non-time, a non-place, but a non-place built out of memories. Remember, a lot of Inception. Yeah.
Like if we want to make to give ourselves a feeling of like now is a time that is special and we don't involve all the other times, then don't we have to kind of put away all the other cultures and memories? Like I understand it happened in post-colonialism and they start preserving all the other cultures in parallel to theirs. So all of them exist at the same time. And we don't want to go back to only one thing that we know where we are.
No, we don't want to go back to anything, I would say. We don't want to go back to anything, but this is the situation. We're not happy with where we are, and I think at lots of levels we're multiply unhappy, and we're more unhappy than we think we are. I think we'll only realise how unhappy we are now when we're not in this state anymore. And because that's what, you know, it's cultural depression. We're all depressed to one degree or another. We don't think anything's going to happen again. That's pretty bad. You know, we sort of, but it's okay, you know. It's like, you know, this analogy of a frog being boiled, isn't it? That if you turn the heat up gradually, it doesn't really notice and it won't jump out of the water. And, you know, that's what we're not being boiled to death. We're being sort of boiled at the point of stupefaction, where brains are sort of heated up, but we just can't really. It makes us too sluggish to get out of the situation that we're in. Really, we definitely don't want to go back to anything. But the problem is that all these discourses of postmodern multiplicity that post-colonialism has played a part of, really, just form this last man dilettantism, don't they? So instead of, you get this bad opposition between, okay, old monolithic modernist culture, now pluralistic, diverse, anything goes, you know, but neither of these things are particularly desirable, really. Surely it's the opposition itself that is the problem. And so the question is, how do we move out of the old, you know, which certainly there was dimensions of that old culture, some, you know, social, whatever you call it, social democratic, modernistic, paternalistic culture, that was restrictive and repressive. But the thing is to go back to when we were in it and think about how we could have come out of it differently than we did. You know, because when we wanted to come out of that, we didn't want to go into a shopping mall. You know, we didn't want the whole of the cosmos to become a shopping mall and a kind of, buy-on-demand, online sort of video arcade. That's not what we wanted, I think. You know, I mean, so the question was, how could things have turned out differently? And that is the question for me. And which is to retain the critique of those, critique coming out of post-colonialism, coming out of feminism, coming out of everything else which attacked the privileged and restricted nature of modernist, Fordist culture, whatever, is to retain all of that, but not end up in where we were, because those discourses form this weird synergy with late capitalism, which is not. And you can't make the mistake of, like, I think that Zizek makes, where to say, okay, they're the same as late capitalism. They form an alibi for late capitalism in the current conjuncture, for sure. But that isn't the point. Is that they don't have to, and that how do we maintain those and maintain a desire for a culture that isn't that isn't an I culture? You know, this for me is the central problem here. So yes, it wouldn't want to go back to anything. Wouldn't want to go back to anything. And you know, the lure or the danger of any of this stuff is The pull of, is the pull of a fake nostalgia. Well, all nostalgia is fake, that's the point. Because nostalgia is not about going back to how things were, it's about the allure of things when you have distance from them. The ache and pain of, which is produced by the distance. It's a classic kind of Lacanian jouissance nostalgia, I think. Okay.